Welcome, welcome, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I'd like to welcome you to the Medicine Wheel stage of the Earthdance Co-Manifestival. My name is Kitty Wells, and I'm here with my co-hosts, Sandra Hay and Michael Gosney. And the Medicine Wheel. The Medicine Wheel is a circle of wholeness. It's a path with no beginning and no end. The idea goes back through the ages of all humanity to the most ancient pictograms on rocks and stones, Stonehenge, and the Celtic rock circles, to the medicine mandalas of ancient India and Tibet, the I Ching of China, and of course, the Native Americans. These wheels speak to our interconnectedness and to our understanding of ourselves. And our medicine wheel, as we have thought of it, extends from our body, our mind, and our spirit through our plant and our animal allies. And it's fed by the sun, the soil, the water, as they merge the intelligence of plants and create the food we eat and the oxygen we breathe. It extends to the commons of life, and it encompasses the societal realms where we seek truth and justice, and to our most precious planet. And our medicine wheel is a fractal of nature, and it is all part of the great earth dance, the dance we dance with the earth. And in this time of illusions and separateness that are creating so much crisis, we really are here to feed the field with wholeness and our reminder of our interconnectedness to each other. And we dedicate the medicine wheel to support our intentional conscious evolution as we move through life together. And we've co-manifested this medicine wheel with so many collaborators. I just want to thank everyone for being here. And Sandra will tell you a bit about how this medicine wheel stage came to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Kitty. You look so beautiful. You look like you are the medicine woman of all, medicine goddess. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sandra Hay. I'm part of the Medicine Wheel and part of the Earthdance team here today, presenting this whole array of extraordinary speakers and musicians. And the Medicine Wheel, actually, when we first started this project, the world was in a very different place. It was about 2 months ago when we were all in lockdown and we weren't dealing with some of the crises that we're dealing with right now. And as things evolved and as the world got to be more contentious and things became more explosive, we realized we had to pivot, change our theme for what we were going to be developing in this medicine wheel, and really deal with the reality that we're now all facing in our lives here, not only in America, but all over the world. We're dealing with forces that are very, very powerful, very complicated. And our job is to try to bring coherence into that and find a place of peace and harmony where we can really feed the field and open up our world to a transformation collectively together now. Sounds very, very erudite and very kind of cosmic. In truth, it really comes down to very fundamental elements, and the medicine wheel represents those elements to us. We'll be dealing with recognizing what are the issues that we're taking on right now. We have a panel led by Tayana David that's going to be extraordinary women who are on the front lines of major issues of environmental and social injustice and racism. That's going to be an amazing experience to share their wisdom and their knowledge and their experience together. And then, so that'll lay kind of what the groundwork looks like here on the planet right now. Next chapter we're going to move into is about transformative culture. Kind of what the groundwork looks like. here's ways we can imagine, not have to only imagine, but try new tools to actually construct a new field, a new model. Like Buckminster Fuller said, what did he say? He said, build a new model which makes the old model obsolete. So rather than revolting and protesting and all of those, our intention is to come together where we are really bringing our energies in a collective creative manifestation, co-manifesting a new world for ourselves. So we'll learn about transformative culture and all kinds of ideas and models that people on this panel, who are extraordinary beings led by Michael Gosney, will share different tools that we can use in our communities and in ourselves. And then in our third aspect of this medicine wheel, we're going to bring it down to the personal. How do we take care from soul, from soil to seed to soul? It's a tongue twister, but from soil to seed to soul. You get the concept. You know, it's from where do we come from our own personal care and our planetary care, and how do we collectively take care of our Mother Earth, listen to what she has to say, nurture her as she nurtures us, and step forward into a really transformative world. And in that part of the panel, we'll be dealing with regenerative agriculture with some amazing speakers. Jenny Pell from Maui, where I live, we'll be speaking about our regenerative agricultural community here, and dragonfly medicine from Oregon, and all of the beauty that they have been gathering in knowledge and experience over the last 20 years as they've been really cultivating this world of regenerative agriculture and regenerative community. So that's where we're heading.
Yeah.
And I'm going to send it over to Michael.
Well, just a couple more words and we'll get started here. I do want to mention that Lynda Arnold, Divasonic, is going to give us a beautiful little sound healing voice workshop also here today on the Medicine Wheel stage. We will start at 4 o'clock our Deep Green series of talks, and this is looking at cannabis as an amazing resource, and also at the other psychedelic agents, plant teachers, and overall resources that Mother Nature has provided for us, feeding us from our basic essential bodily needs all the way through to our spiritual evolution. And so we've got some amazing speakers addressing these vital topics. And this is all adding up, you know, the rising consciousness of an evolutionary shift, which we're all feeling. It's coming from all sides. The Black Lives Matters movement is just profound. It's an unprecedented moment. This global awareness that's rising. And there's so many fantastic, meaningful projects that have been ongoing for years. And now it's time to bring light to these many solutions and implement them, scale them up, and continue the work of developing a world that works for all, that's in sync with the planetary biosphere. It's all really just a matter of unprecedented collaboration is what it gets down to, starting with our personal growth, our social evolution, but then the kinds of collaborations that really have not occurred before stand in front of us, tremendous opportunities. So we'll be touching on some of these themes today in the talk. But now I'd like to introduce Doug Ryle, who will give a little introduction to Vandana Shiva, who is just a remarkable figure. I like to call her the Rachel Carson of the 21st century. For those of you who are not aware of her work, you will be now. But she is setting a fantastic example for what needs to be done. We need many more like her on the front lines. And so without further ado, I introduce Doug Ryle, the Managing Director of Synergetic Press, who facilitated Vandana's presence with us here today. Synergetic Press is publishing her new book, Reclaiming the Commons. And so without further ado, I'll turn it over to Doug Ryle.
Thanks to you and all the Earthdance organizers for creating this outstanding event. Hello all, my name is Douglas Reel and I'm the Managing Director at Synergetic Press. It is my pleasure today to introduce our Medicine Wheel Stage keynote speaker, Vandana Shiva, but I'd like to take a moment and share a little bit about what our press is up to these days. Synergetic Press, based in London and Santa Fe, is dedicated to regenerative topics centered on three primary areas of focus: consciousness and psychedelics, sustainability and biospheric sciences, and cultural anthropology and social justice. Recent publications include Dennis McKenna's landmark ethnopharmacologic search for psychedelic drugs, Mike Crowley's deep exploration on the original forms of Amrita and Soma in his Secret Drugs of Buddhism, and just recently a new edition of Life Under Glass, the story of the original enclosure of Biosphere 2, with updated information and the science performed and reflections on the lessons learned for the stewardship of our shared planet. And when it comes to the stewardship of our planet, there are few more dedicated and outspoken defenders of Mother Earth than Vandana Shiva. For nearly 40 years, she has defended communities against corporate biopiracy and extractive practices, particularly in the global South. And her unitive vision of Earth as family positions a new worldview for us to rally to and to manifest together. She is the author of over 20 books, and Synergetic Press is thrilled to be releasing her latest book, Reclaiming the Commons, Biodiversity, Traditional Knowledge, and the Rights of Mother Earth next month. The book details her work over the years defending against the efforts to enclose the commons and offers a new paradigm centered on the rights of nature and our interconnectedness. And so, without further ado, it is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Vandana Shiva.
Thank you very much, Doug, and thank you to Earthdance. For me, life is about dancing with the earth, otherwise you're not living. And for me, the commons of life is both the consciousness that the earth is alive, that her biodiversity, the tapestry of her rich diversity, biological as well as cultural, weaves this commons. And just like if you cut a piece of cloth and destroy its weave, when you cut the weave of the commons through enclosures, through privatization, through grabbing, through extractivism, through illusions of superiority and civilizing missions, which a few white men have allocated themselves through the past 500 years of history, and they continue to do it even now. This addiction to the illusion of separation and superiority is the addiction we need to deal with. And I hope festivals like Earthdance contribute to a new consciousness, a new confidence among ordinary human beings that we are part of the earth, we are part of the commons. And therefore, every effort to protect the earth contributes to liberation of the human beings. Why do I talk about the illusion of separation, the illusion of superiority? Because we are part of the earth. All cultures of the world that have sustained themselves over thousands of years without destroying the earth, which supports them, recognize that we are part of the earth. We are not outside her, we are not above her, we are not her masters. This illusion of separation was necessary for creation of the narrative of mastery, of conquest, of colonization. But with it went the illusion of superiority. Not only are humans separate from the earth, but the human species is superior to other species. They call this anthropocentrism. Another problem, because we depend on all other species. If the trees weren't there, how would we be breathing? When you do deep breathing, pranayama, prana is life. That the breath weaves the commons of life. When you do pranayama, we say so hum. You are, therefore I am. But the you includes every other species. It includes all our ancestors. It includes all the human family far away who are shaping our lives. The illusion of separation and superiority go together, and they turn the web of life, which is multi-relational. It is complex. It is self-organized. Every part of that web organizes itself, not in isolation, but in interconnectedness. It knows exactly how to relate to the other. But when everyone does it with deep self-consciousness, then we have the whole web as a self-conscious web with nobody imposing. In science now, we are talking about autopoiesis, self-making and self-writing and self-creation and the earth dance versus allopoiesis, the forcing of colonialism, the forces of fascism, the forcing of the destructions of democracy. The web is horizontal. It has no hierarchies. The mammals might be bigger than the microbes, but they don't have a bigger right to life. The right to life is the same for all, independent of size. For humans, independent of the color of our skin, the most superficial part of the human being. It's the color of our skin and how much it is pigmented. And yet colonialism taints this into a whole new bias, exclusion to be able to own some people with a dark skin. As slaves, and from India, indentured labor. No, we have the same blood running through our veins. We breathe the same oxygen that the trees give us. We eat food in diversity, but the nourishing qualities of food are the same. And our co-creators in this dance of food as the web of life are the same. They're the same soil organisms, billions and billions. They're the same trillions of gut microorganisms, 60 trillion of us. We are only 10% us. So this idea of separation is also not only civilizationally wrong, it's so scientifically wrong, given that in the last 10 years, contemporary science has started to catch up in biology with ancient knowledge. Because I'm born in India, I'm gifted, being surrounded by the civilizational gifts of India, the biodiversity of India. I grew up with my mother putting neem leaves in the wheat and putting neem leaves in our silk saris. And then I find in 94, they've patented the neem, which is a natural pest control. I had started a campaign after Bhopal saying, no more Bhopals, no more pesticide killings. Let's plant neems, it doesn't kill anything. And 10 years later, it's patented. So I fought that case 11 years. It is among the cases of biopiracy and enclosures of the biological and intellectual commons. Thousands. We have fought 3, the patenting of neem, the patenting of ancient Indian wheat that does not contribute to gluten allergy. Everyone with an industrial diet is suffering from gluten allergies. The problem is not wheat. The problem is the way we have bred wheat for uniformity. And uniformity then becomes an assault on our gut microbiome. The case of Basmati, I'm from Doon Valley. I'm sitting here from my mother's cow shed and returned here for the lockdown. We are famous for Basmati, the queen of aroma. A Texas company makes pirates are Basmati and calls it Texmati and patents it. Each of these cases we have fought. Each of these cases we have won. Neem 11 years, Basmati 4 years. And for the case of Monsanto patenting wheat, they walked away even before the challenge actually started because we had established this is total theft. So this is part of the enclosures of the commons of life. When you start enclosing the commons of biodiversity, you start enclosing the commons of intellectual gifts. And because you've defined yourself as superior, you think it's your right to take the knowledge of indigenous cultures, evolved over thousands of years, of our grandmothers, of my mother, and claim it as your invention. So my journey for defending the commons of biodiversity, the commons of knowledge, began when I was sitting in a room with the old chemical companies. I nicknamed for ease of conversation, instead of saying Monsanto and Bayer and Syngenta and ChemChina and Dow and DuPont. And earlier they used to be about 60 of them, and then they merged and became 4. But I think it's just easier to talk about what they do. They make poisons. So I just call them the poison cartel, because they grew out of IG Farben, the cartel used in Hitler's Germany to kill people in concentration camps. So the poison cartel sitting there, and they're saying, we now will make money by taking patents on seed, by claiming we have invented the seed and redefining it as a machine. And then every peasant will have to buy our GMO seeds. And we'll make an international law that will make seed saving illegal, which was the intellectual property agreement of WTO. I said, no, you don't invent the seed, you don't invent life. Life is evolution in freedom and continuity. And the seed is an embodiment of this evolution. It gives you a crop, you save some seeds, it gives you the next generation. For thousands of years, a seed can renew the continuity of life, the continuity of the commons. So I said, no, I won't let you get away with this new narrative of colonialism. I'm going to defend the seed, learn from the seed, make her my teacher. We've created 150 community seed banks all over India. Globally, we've created a seed freedom movement to stop laws on patenting. In India, I was very privileged to work with our parliament, and our parliament said, plants, animals, and seeds are not human inventions. We are part of an earth family. Therefore, you cannot take a patent on this. And this is the law that I have had to use again and again and again when Monsanto claims monopoly ownership through patents. The last time they were in the Supreme Court with me, Monsanto actually said, the seeds are an empty container in which we pour chemicals which makes them come alive. That's the level of degradation of this mind. And as we are going through the Corona lockdown, I'm still keeping track of the enclosures of the commons of life. Yesterday, I read a piece, how in the name of defending the climate, my new favorite person, Bill Gates, has given huge amounts of money for making breast milk in a lab. Well, a breast milk is made in a breast. And this idea of artificial bioreactors, I have fought this 20 times over life, where Tracy, the sheep, and Dolly, the sheep, were defined as bioreactors. And, you know, I've done this work for so long, 5 decades. I smile and say, okay, there was a company in Edinburgh that said, sheep are just furry little factories, bioreactors, and we're going to genetically engineer them to make human protein. Well, that company is gone. Monsanto said they were the inventors of life. They've been bought out by Bayer. And I think if we continue the beautiful dance of life without giving and closing our minds to the new enclosures. I've written about my 5 decades of my Earth journey for this Biodiversity Day, which was on 22nd of May. Partly because I just wanted to go back and reflect on everything. A lot of it is in the book on reclaiming the commons that Doug mentioned, that Synergetic Press is bringing out. In fact, they were wanting to bring out, an Indian publisher wanted to bring out an update of a book called Enclosures of the Commons. And when I went back to it, it was 97. And so much had happened after that. So we rewrote it and updated it. And that updated volume with 9,000 biopiracy cases, but not just the cases of biopiracy, the cases of celebrating life in a richness of diversity, because diversity is a principle of life. Life under containment, life under concentration camps is based on the idea of uniformity. And then the idea of violence, that because you don't fit into my idea of a superior human being, you are inferior, I have the right to exterminate you. the way human beings were exterminated in the concentration camps, are the way species are being exterminated through pesticides, through Roundup. Look at the monarch butterfly, less than 1% surviving because of Roundup killing the milkweed, because of spread of GMO soya. Then you now have another illusion fooling the world, again in the name of protecting the planet. All of the new colonization is in the name of protecting the planet. And this one is the Impossible Burger. A GMO soya-based burger with then processed in the lab in Oakland, in California, with a genetically engineered yeast and artificial blood made in the lab to make it feel like meat. I said, if you're a vegetarian, eat plants, not plant-based plants. Diversity of plants. Go pluck the lettuce, go eat the carrot. Don't let your diet become GMO soya. It has destroyed the Amazon. It has destroyed Argentina. 123 million hectares of GMO soya. Is it feeding us? No, only 10% goes to feed humans. 90% goes to make biofuel and animal feed and put animals in factories. It's the feed industry that has created the factory farms because the subsidies were so high. So a very important place is to eat diversity. That's something I've learned in my 40, 50 years journey. That the earth gives us diversity. The earth's dance is a dance of diversity. Our work is the work of cultivating diversity. Our health is eating diversity. The 60 trillion microbes in our gut each have a different diet. They can't be fooled by GMO soya. They can't be fooled by the idea that you can cheat on food. In nature, in the earth, there is no cheating. In false political narratives, there's a lot of cheating. On supermarket shelves, there's a lot of cheating with labeling. The latest patent that we all must rise against is in that reflections of my earth journey. It's been issued during the lockdown in March of this year. And interestingly, the patent number, world patent, is 060606. And it is a Microsoft patent on mining our body activity and mining our brain functioning, to then be processed through absolutely giant-sized servers and processors, which are energy guzzlers and will become the biggest contributors to greenhouse gases. Already, the digital technologies are contributing 5% to climate change. But if everything was digitalized, can you imagine? But I want to give you the details of this patent. So they'll mine our body data, mine our minds, process it through algorithms which are going to define are we fit or unfit, just like the victims in Hitler's concentration camps were assessed with being fit or unfit, just like the civilizational narrative of colonizing indigenous cultures labeled us with a little bit of color as barbarians. To be white is not to be civilized. To be civilized is to hold the earth together, to hold the earth dance. To be civilized is to know we are part of one humanity. So the two big leaps we need to make in this decade that we have, and the decade that we have is the year 2020 to year 2030. The Intergovernmental Panel has warned that if we don't shift and continue business as usual, we will destroy the conditions of our life. Within 100 years, humanity will be extinct, like the 200 other species we drive to extinction every day. The Convention on Biological Diversity has given the same warnings, and in their case, they're focusing a lot on land use, on pesticides, on the extinction crisis. We are in the 6th mass extinction, and the human extinction is predictable if we keep going down this path of colonization, of enclosures, of monocultures, of superiority. We do have a chance to turn around by joining the dance of the earth, which is joining the reclaiming of the commons. And reclaiming of the commons means the commons is for all. It's for the microbe. And I totally disagree with this new vocabulary of war against microbes. Microbes are our next enemy. I have watched insects disappear as insects were made our enemies and pesticides were sprayed. As plants were made our enemy and weedicides were sprayed. We are microbes. We are walking microbes. We are only 10% human cells. We can't declare a war against microbes. This narrow Cartesian mechanical mind, which only wants to extract the next set of profits, has already caused too much harm. And if we give them another decade, there'll be nothing left for humanity. The earth will find new ways to rejuvenate. She'll find new species to evolve. She can do without us. We can't do without the earth. And that's why we must dance with her. We must dance according to her laws. And that's the reason I talk about earth democracy, the rights of Mother Earth. Our rights flow from the earth. Our rights to food, water, breath are all gifts of the earth. And we have these gifts to the extent that we protect the rights of Mother Earth. I have over these years realized there's so much to learn from the earth, from her species, from the seed, from the soil, from the pollinators, from the bees. And therefore, very organically, an Earth University has grown on the biodiversity conservation farm of Navdanya in Dehradun in Doon Valley. And I hope some of you will be able to visit when the lockdown is lifted. I hope some of you will anyway buy the book, which will tell you about my journey to defend the commons of the living biodiversity, the amazing knowledge tradition, so that we can move out of the mechanical mind into the biodiversity of the mind. We can move out of violence and cruelty in the name of progress and in the name of, I just feel that the way these lockdowns have been managed is so violent. Of the 3.3 billion people, 1.9 billion have lost work. Half of India has lost work. And in India, we say rozi, roti. The work you do every day is your bread. When you steal your work, you steal the bread. But because we are one humanity on one planet, no one set of human beings has the right to appropriate the bread and the life from other species and other human beings. This is why true democracy must now flourish. I celebrate the young people who are marching the streets for a new resurgence of a common humanity through diversity, for everyone who's respecting the rights of Mother Earth and realizing the rights of the predators, the exploiters, the colonizers cannot be the basis of the future of humanity. We need to write another narrative based on the rights of Mother Earth, one humanity sharing one common planet and taking care of her with our deepest love, with our deepest compassion, and our deepest courage. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, did everybody get all that? She's unbelievable. I want to encourage everybody to follow Vandana's work. And if you look on Earthdance TV, right above the video window, we have a button to contribute to our artists and speakers. And we'd really like to see our community support Vandana's work, because it is vital right now. And she actually and her people are struggling like everyone with the COVID crisis. So we don't have a direct link for her donations, but if you make a donation just to the Earthdance link there and indicate it's for her, we'll be getting it to her. So, all right, we're ready for our next panel, our first panel discussion of the day. And I'm going to let Kitty Wells give a brief introduction to the environmental and social justice panel.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, I'm very proud to introduce this first panel. And when we first looked at the issues of social and environmental justice, one really stood out as one of the most pervasive yet almost invisible issues. It's one of the most toxic issues impacting the lives of millions of people around the globe, especially Black and Brown communities and poor communities of all colors. and it affects all of us and our interconnectedness. And we're talking about environmental racism. It's not very well understood, but we have three very courageous women today on our panel who are working on the front lines of this issue. They are powerful voices and they are forces of action, that they're going to bring personal stories and look at some solutions, how we can make a more just and equitable world and a cleaner world. This is such an important topic. And I want to thank Tayana David, our moderator, for bringing these three women together with us. Tayana produces and directs projects that positively impact society. She worked with Deepak Chopra, producing a lecture series, and now she's in California as co-director of the online video library, Circle of Wisdom. So I want to thank Tayana and our panelists for bringing us a very powerful message. Thank you.
Hi, welcome everyone. My name is Tayana David and I am the moderator for this panel where we are envisioning a world beyond environmental racism. Thank you for joining us. Shout out to Earthdance for hosting this conversation on their platform as part of the Earthdance Co-Manifestival. I'm so delighted to introduce our three guests. They are leaders in their worlds combating environmental racism, fighting for eco-justice and peace on this earth. I'm going to start by introducing Erica Ford. Erica Ford dedicated her life to the liberation of her people from oppression and racism on December 12th, 1987, and hasn't looked back. As CEO and co-founder of Life Camp, Inc., she has played a major role in architecting the New York City Crisis Management System, the New York City Mobile Trauma Units, and New York City Peace Week. So wonderful to have you, Erica.
Thank you for having me.
And next we'll move to Melina Labucan Massimo. Melina is Lubicon Cree from Northern Alberta. She's the founder of Sacred Earth Solar and the campaign director at Indigenous Climate Action. Melina is the host of an awesome new TV series called Power to the People, which documents renewable energy, food security, and eco-housing in Indigenous communities. This show is currently airing nationally on APTN in Canada. Thank you for being here, Melina.
Thank you for having me.
And Leila Salazar Lopez. Leila is a mother, a proud Chicana Latina woman and passionate defender of Mother Earth, the Amazon, Indigenous rights, and climate justice. Since 2015, she's served as the executive director of Amazon Watch, leading the organization in its work to protect and defend the biocultural and climate integrity of the Amazon rainforest by advancing Indigenous people's rights, territories, and solutions. Leila, thank you so much for being here today with us.
Thank you.
So these were just short introductions to the incredible work that these three women do in the world. And if you want to find out more, just go to earthdance.tv and you can read a little bit more about what they each contribute. Today we're talking about environmental racism. Some of us kind of have an idea of what that is, but some of us aren't really clear. So for the purposes of this panel, that we can all find common ground in our discussion, I'm just going to define it as I've learned from my research and my current understanding. So environmental racism refers to the many ways that communities of color in North America, and certainly beyond, as we'll hear about later, Black, Latinx, and Indigenous communities in particular face greater harm from environmental factors. It's understood to encompass everything from the choosing of locations for toxic industrial operations, to the proximity of power plants and factories, to higher exposure to emissions from cars, trucks, trains, planes. And it also encompasses the disproportionate harm that situations caused by climate change, like Hurricane Katrina, have on these frontline communities. So, Erica, I'm going to begin with you. Before we go on, I just want to remind our viewers to tune in. You're tuning into this conversation, and let's also tune into our bodies, tune into our hearts, tune into our breath, tune into the soles of your feet on the earth, and really allow yourselves to feel what you're feeling. This is sometimes an uncomfortable conversation, and it certainly incites rage in me, and I'm certain in many of you, to learn about these injustices. So allow yourself to feel those feelings, because from those feelings we can take action. So, Erica, it has been proven that while poverty is certainly a risk factor for negative environmental exposure, race is a larger and more consistent one. So I'd love to hear from you how big of an issue environmental racism is in the communities that you work with in New York City.
It's very big. The cry of America right now is I can't breathe. And I can't breathe is not just a ramification of a police officer having its knee on your neck. It is the inability for our children to breathe because of asthma and because of the triggers that exist because of the way our communities are set up with industrial companies and various different industrial kind of living inside of our living space. And we can't coexist because it takes away the oxygen, it takes away our ability to grow quality food, to have access to quality food. It takes away our ability for our children to play freely. And so when you go to other parts of the United States, and you go into certain communities, you see land, you see park space, you see the ability for children to breathe fresh air because they have that land mass to engage in. And so when you come into our community, it's overcrowded. It's a lot of factories that produce chemicals that cause toxins inside of our children and triggers asthma and other kind of, as we see now with the coronavirus, preconditions, right? And so these preconditions don't come from, we were born with it. No, it is what happens when you talk about environmental racism and the inability for us to have quality living and quality living space, quality healthcare, quality education, quality food, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. So this is really systemic. It's not just in one part of the world, it's all over the place. Let's travel to another location. Melina, you do a lot of work with the First Nations communities in Canada. Could you tell us how you see environmental racism manifesting in the communities that you work with?
First of all, Tanse Gwakia, Nia Melina Miawapid, Labakamas, Monia Nihao, Kinaskuntanawao. Honor and privilege to be here in this conversation and to be able to listen to people like Erica and Lila. And thank you, Tana, for organizing this. I'm calling in from unceded Coast Salish territory in so-called British Columbia, and I am from a community that is Indigenous to Northern Canada, which I was born in a place called Little Buffalo. And my community is Lubukon Cree. In our language, we say Nihiao. Environmental racism has been seen, felt, and heard by, I would say, every Indigenous community across Turtle Island, across this country. We have over 600 nations, and I can guarantee that within every single one of our nations, there is either logging, oil, gas, coal, fracking, you name it, refineries, for refinery communities across Turtle Island. If you put a map over Canada or over so-called Canada, you will see that in and around environmental destruction and extraction zones, Indigenous communities are predominantly the ones placed right beside those extraction and sites of destruction. So it is a major issue here north of the Medicine Line, as it is in so-called America, with similar stories, I'm sure, that can be felt with Black and Brown and Indigenous communities. But I myself, to give you a little tidbit of an example of what it's like to come from a community. I was born and raised into a small Indigenous community that is in the heart of the Alberta tar sands, which is one of the biggest industrial extraction zones on the planet. And we have air quality, land disturbance, deforestation, and contamination issues since before I was born. So it is a daily lived reality of environmental racism here in so-called Canada.
Thank you, Melina. And something that you touched on, and Erica, that you also touched on, is the invisible nature of not only the toxins that we're talking about. So often, you know, lead and arsenic and mercury and tiny particles in the air in polluted areas are not, like, they're just invisible. But also this issue is invisible, I feel, in mainstream media. So many people don't understand the issue of environmental racism, that, as you're saying, both of you, Erica and Melina, it's like, it's this burden that your communities carry that makes them more susceptible to diseases like COVID as a pre-existing health condition. All right, so Layla, we've just heard about the Indigenous communities in Canada. Now, your work largely focuses on the Indigenous communities in the Amazon rainforest. Could you tell us about how environmental racism shows up in those communities?
Sure. Thank you, Tana, and hello to everyone at Earthdance, and for taking this time to honor the sun, to honor our Mother Earth. I am calling in from Ohlone Territory, also known as the San Francisco Bay Area, and working from home like many others, and doing everything that I can, and Amazon Watch is doing everything that we can to be good allies to our Indigenous friends and families and communities and organizations in the Amazon who are facing environmental racism and are facing injustices from over 500 years of colonization. And they're facing it with COVID, they're facing it with floods, with oil spills. Half the population of the Americas were wiped out by colonization and genocide. And this is what is being brought up again during this time of COVID. During this time of COVID, that is what a lot of Indigenous peoples in South America, in North America, around the world are facing and remembering. And I want to talk a little bit about, the environmental racism that is throughout the Amazon with industrial extraction, with so-called development in the Amazon rainforest. Oil development in the Amazon basically was developed with a policy of drill and dump. Texaco Oil Company, US-based oil company, was basically given free rein by the Ecuadorian government in the 1960s to go in, find the oil, extract it, drill it, transport it, with no policies to protect the environment, to protect the people. Because as far as they were concerned, there were no people out there that were worth protecting. There were no laws, and even if there were laws, they didn't care. That is environmental racism. That is the injustice that to this day, Indigenous peoples, communities, and campesino communities who were moved there by the government to set up their farms on toxic waste sites. That is what they're suffering to this day. Texaco set up an oil infrastructure in the middle of the Amazon and dumped over 18 billion gallons of toxic wastewater, the formation waters and drilling muds that contain arsenic, cadmium, mercury, toxic chemicals into the water, into the land, that have caused a cancer cluster in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. And what happened after that? Other companies followed. They said, well, Texaco did that. We're going to do the same thing in Peru. And that's exactly what Occidental Petroleum did. And we sued them in conjunction with the Achuar people of Peru and won. Texaco, later Chevron took over Texaco and was sued for almost 20 years, and they were found guilty. And to this day have not paid a dime, but they paid billions of dollars in lawyers to fight this. And they literally said to us, we will fight this till hell freezes over. This is environmental racism at its core. And I'll stop there.
Wow, Leila, that is so highly unjust and disturbing. And while those oil companies have not paid a cent, the indigenous people whose land they invaded and colonized for these extractive industries have paid with their lives. Mm-hmm. Their children, I know, are born sick. So it's just, what are our values as humanity, as humans? And maybe Leila, let's just stick with you for one more brief question, which is, the author Harriet Washington calls environmental racism a slow violence. Mm. And, you know, the roots are just so deep. What's at play here that allows environmental racism to ensue? What are the forces driving it?
Well, it's a system. And I think, you know, I think at this time in history that is so tumultuous and so painful, you know, I think that, you know, the world is seeing what's been there all along. You know, we're seeing the violence that is racism in front of us. But that racism is also the, you know, it's a criminal justice system. It's a police brutality. It's also the way that business is done, the way that development is done on the lands of indigenous people, where on the lands of Black and brown people. I mean, think about it. You drill for oil in the middle of the Amazon on territories of indigenous people without their permission, without their consent. You drill and dump. You transport that oil across a country. You send it to refineries halfway around the world to contaminate and pollute those communities. Who are those communities? I'm thinking about Richmond, California, right here in our backyard. I'm thinking about El Segundo in Los Angeles. I'm thinking about Houston, Texas. All of these places are places where Amazon crude goes. So it's extracted, where at the point of extraction, it's contaminating, violating the environment and the people, and at the point of refinement. And then we burn it in our cars, and we pollute Mother Earth, and we breathe it into our lungs.
Mm-hmm. Erica, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that same question. What is allowing this systemic racism, that one of the ways it manifests is environmental racism? What is allowing it to continue?
Systemic racism. Mm-hmm. Systemic racism breeds all of this stuff. And so when you see slaves brought to the United States as capital and property and used to build an economy and build a nation, right? And then you don't see the people who were property able to capitalize off of the labor in which they did to build the nation, right? And so, and then when you look at the landmass in which we came to the Black Belt South, right? And basically formulated a nation within a nation, because we were thrown there to be separate, right? We couldn't go to the different things. We couldn't go to the stores, we couldn't go to the schools. And so therefore we were a nation within a nation, but weren't given the properties and resources of a nation, right? And so we never were able to equalize the playing field of our people, And so now when you see the cry, as the sister so eloquently said, about we can't breathe, this whole system is corrupt, right? And so it doesn't care about the earth. It don't care about the people on the earth. It don't care about the animals on the earth. It cares about itself. The greed and the opportunism and the ability to get as much as one can in 1/10 of a second, right? And it doesn't matter who rights, human rights, civil rights, any kind of rights, because we have a human right. They say it's a civil rights. That's not a civil rights struggle. That is a human rights struggle to breathe. It is our human right to exist and breathe as a man and a woman. It is our human right to live free. It is our human right to have access to food, clothing, and shelter. It is our human right. And we are being denied our human rights. And so the system does that, because it doesn't come from a place of love. It comes from a place of greed and a place of fear. And it breeds that into society and controls the minds of the people through its media, through its various different propaganda tools that it uses to control us. And so, these things that spark out every once in a while is just, just like the water that gets to the cracks, right? And you can hold your hand on a leak as much as you can, but eventually it's going to pop, and that is what is happening. And the contradiction is not for us, for them, is that everybody was sitting still, when this last incident happened. Everybody was sitting still and actually allowing the earth to take its course and get back on point as much as it could, with the absence of the interaction of society and pollution and all of the other stuff. And so it was allowed to breathe for a little while. But, systemic racism does what it is here to do. The country was built on that, and it's going to continue to grow on that unless we do a radical change and radically reimagine our next days, and how we can exist as a people.
Right on. Yes. I feel like we're getting to something, which is that when the planet is being exploited, people are being exploited. And when people are being exploited, the planet is also being exploited.
Yeah.
So, Erica, to that point of it's time now to completely, and I'm paraphrasing what you just said, but to reimagine a way forward.
Radically reimagine.
Radically reimagine a way forward. Exactly. So, Melina, could you, first of all, please add to what Layla and Erica have spoken to in terms of what is continuing to allow this injustice to persist, if you have anything to add. And then also just start to steer us in the direction in this very brief time that we have together of what a radical reimagining of a world beyond systemic racism in all of its forms looks like.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I mean, just to add, for us as Indigenous folks up here, I agree, it is capitalism, and it's also colonial values of patriarchy, domination, and violence against the earth being directly connected to violence against Black and Brown and Indigenous bodies, and violence against women as well. And I think the value that is fundamentally less value placed on Black and Brown and Indigenous bodies. But I think it also comes from this disconnection from Mother Earth, which I think is a part of what we call decolonization, when we are reconnecting ourselves back to Mother Earth, which, the social fabrics of our community has been torn apart by colonial policies and systems of oppression. And for us here north of the medicine line, we've had these colonial policies called the Indian Act, and this Indian Act still exists. And there's been different iterations of the Indian Act since the 1800s, which forcibly removed children from our communities. I'm the first generation that wasn't forcibly removed on my dad's side, that was forced into these residential school systems where these colonial policies that still exist, you know, but to give example is like, it was illegal for us to gather. It was illegal for us to pray in our own way. It was illegal to obtain a lawyer. So there was many ways that we weren't actually allowed to mobilize in our own communities up until very recently. And so I think the system of apartheid that was, you know, was actually the treatment of Indigenous peoples in Canada was the blueprint of the treatment of the system of apartheid in South Africa, because it's the same thing. We had to have land passes to leave. So it was a very difficult time to organize, but yet our people still persevered and came out, you know, living. You know, our first Prime Minister of Canada said, "Kill the Indian in the child." And so it was very much the thought to kill us and like let us become the shells of who we are. And I think what we see with decolonization is that we refuse to be shells, and what we would call, you know, racist terms of like apples or coconuts or bananas, all these horrible ways in which we have the skin of the people of our ancestors, but the inside is the heart of a colonizer. And so the system of what we're trying to employ is systems of decolonization. So we undo the colonial mind that a lot of times has been imposed so heavily and drastically upon all of us. And so it is kind of taking out these pieces and these systems of racism that we inherently have had with internalized racism, but also lateral violence that we see within our communities because of the hatred of Black and Brown and Indigenous bodies. And so I think for me, re-envisioning what the future looks like is through a process of decolonization, and the process of like picking up where our ancestors left off, of how we reconnect to the earth, our earth mother, and how we reconnect to one another in ways that are more reciprocal, that are more regenerative. And I think, you know, these systems of colonialism and systems of oppressive colonial systems are basically don't allow us a lot of times to connect with those things. They try to forbade us, and they tear apart the social fabrics of our communities, and in the traditional ways in which we would govern ourselves, the traditional ways in which we would work with one another, and in collective decision-making processes, which, you know, a lot of Indigenous communities had a matriarchy. And so I think that's why we talk about bringing back the matriarchy. We talk about decolonization, because these systems that we already have had in place for us as Indigenous peoples was a system that actually did have an inclusion of what all my relations mean, which is that we aren't in a hierarchy. We are always looking at the equity and equality of all living beings, not just humanity, but all of our four-legged ones, our two-winged ones, our fish nations, all of the different animals and people that live on this earth, that we are all equal, but, you know, bringing back the ways in which we live that actually embody equality, not just by speaking that. So that's what I'll just say real quick, because I know we're running out of time.
Well, thanks, Melina. You know, you're just making me think that we have actually been dehumanized. We have been sold this story, this false narrative of what, you know, life looks like, and that it is about accumulating more wealth and more status, more power, which involves always exploiting the earth to get more stuff. So yes, like remembering who we really are, and that we are children of Mother Earth. And once we remember that, we don't harm Mother Earth. We do everything we can to stand up for her, to protect her, because she is our life source, our life force that animates everything. So Let's just take a moment, and I want to remind those of you tuning in to this broadcast to tune back into your bodies and feel what you're feeling, hearing these accounts. Just breathe, because it is our birthright, all of us, every single one of us. And don't disconnect from your feelings, because feelings can spur us into action, and action can create outcomes that make a difference. So, Erica, is there hope? Can we turn this around? What does the future look like? And how can we all plug in and put an end to environmental racism? What would you recommend to the people watching, how we can all be a part of the solution?
We see it. The people in the streets together, raising the voices and raising the issues, and not letting the system distract us and derail us from achieving true justice and victory is one thing. Elevating our consciousness and becoming more aware and knowledgeable about the true history of our people, about who our real enemies are, and stop fighting each other, and stop moving from a place of judgment and jealousy and envy and comparison, and just being centered in who we are and what is our purpose on life, even in death, because some of our purpose in life is our death, and our death sparks something that gives life to millions and trillions of people in the universe, and that is the purpose of some individuals, because that is their purpose and their what they were here to accomplish, and we have to see that and embrace it and carry their legacy and their steps forward, as our ancestors are teaching us now, you know. And so truly be present with our ancestors and allow their spirit to guide us, and allow them to teach us. And you know, really, we're at home a lot, and so I would urge people to read more, and reach out and connect to people more. Although we're socially distant, we're physically distant, we don't have to be socially distant. We can interconnect with each other.
Thank you, thank you. And final thoughts from you, Leila, and also where people can learn more about Amazon Watch. Oh, you're leaving? Leaving? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Hey, tell us your website, Erica.
Lifecampinc.com. Lifecampinc.com.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
I just really appreciate what Melina, spoke of decolonization, because it's about anti-racism. It's about you yourself doing the work to become anti-racist. We all need to do that work. Every single one of us, even Black and brown people, we all need to do anti-racist work. And we're also working to decolonize our minds, our bodies, our hearts, and uplift women's leadership, because it's time. It's really time that, that the heart of women is brought forth in leadership circles around the world at all levels. I mean, think of what countries would be like if we all had presidents like New Zealand, right? That's just one example. So yes, we need to uplift women's leadership and decolonize and all become anti-racist. And it doesn't happen overnight, and it doesn't happen with a workshop. It is a lifelong process. It's a lifelong commitment, and it's hard. So all of us need to do that work. Even us at Amazon Watch, all of us need to. It's that shift that we all are going to make together to make this world a better place and never go back to that normal that we had before COVID, because it was not not normal for the people or the planet. So yeah, if people want to know more about our work, you can go to amazonwatch.org, and just thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Thanks, Layla. Melina, some final words for us, and also where we can find out more about your work.
Yeah, I agree with what was said from Erica and Lila, that it is about changing collective structures and systems of oppression, but it does start with the individual first and foremost, of doing the homework that has been left out of the educational systems, that has created silos within our communities because of a lack of education around history that has been purposely left out around Indigenous history and Black history of slavery, about real lived situations, live situations. Like, I feel like there's not enough stories of the lived realities of Indigenous Black and Brown people. And I feel like the more that people learn about the stories that really humanize our people, the better off that all people in so-called Canada and so-called America will be, and the safer our communities will be because of the understanding that's brought. So I would say, yes, educate first and foremost yourself, but also about the history of the land that you live on. That I think is number one, of understanding whose territory you lived on, who has been disenfranchised from that territory or forcibly removed. And I think the learning comes from there, of really learning the history that's really available out there now. I think before it might have been harder to find with the limitation of books and maybe certain people's libraries, but I feel like the online availability of these histories are really there now. So there's no excuse to not do that research and that homework for yourself and for the communities that you live in and for your family. And for us at Indigenous Climate Action, you can go to indigenousclimateaction.com, and also for the organization that I founded, that's called sacredearth.solar, and that is about energy sovereignty in Indigenous communities in tar sands impacted communities, but along also infrastructure and fence line communities that are looking to have implementation of renewable energy in their homelands to transition towards a just future in a just transition. So yeah, you can look at those two websites and our TV show, Power to the People, which I know is harder to find for folks in the US. But yeah, you can look up powertothepeople.tv and look at all the amazing models that exist that Indigenous communities have implemented around renewable energy, eco-housing, and food security. So hi, thank you.
Thank you, Melina. Thank you, Layla, and to Erica Ford, who had to jump off to another call. I am certainly motivated to continue my own education because, as you all touched on, it does begin right here, and I have a tremendous responsibility to educate myself on the history of colonization and the history of oppression so that we can continue moving forward together, all of us. Thank you to our viewers for tuning in. Thanks again, Earthdance, for this really important conversation. Let's continue this conversation. Please, if you were touched, moved, inspired by what you heard today, have these conversations with your friends, with your families, and together we really can put an end to environmental racism. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the Earthdance Co-Manifestival. Peace out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. That was just an incredible, powerful, and important conversation. And I really want to thank Layla, Melina, Erica. What incredibly courageous women. And thank you, Tayana, for bringing us together. And I really encourage everyone to continue this conversation and to really educate yourself about this history of oppression, of colonization. And remember, we're really all children of Mother Earth. And these women represent some of our communities who have not forgotten that. And I believe it's our responsibility to remember them, learn from them, respect them, and protect them. And I encourage you to go to the donate button at the top of the screen and give generously. We would like to pass that along to these organizations. And also, I'm going to now pass it along to Sandra, who's going to introduce our panel on transformative culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Kitty. Wanted to just appreciate that last group, what extraordinary women. And now we're going to move into our transformative culture panel, and where this is a group of, well, actually many groups from diverse range of sectors that have been working for years, and in some cases decades, on solutions and new models for social and personal and social transformation. During this session, which is coming up shortly, monitored by Michael Gosney, we're going to be defining transformative culture and give an overview of the wide range of organizations and initiatives that are moving in this direction. And they're moving the needle. We're really actually, it's shifting. We are in the shift right now. This is the great turning. So it's very exciting to be converging together as we kind of come down into the 0 point of the torus and coming to this point of manifestation. And we're going to hear some details from these exemplary projects that all of these different speakers are involved in. And they're going to bring us to the place where we're going to have a call to action of like, what is it that turns you on, that is your gift that you want to give, and how you can give it, and how you can really help, you know, just really help push this through the birth canal so that we come into a regenerative new life for all of us. So without further ado, I'm going to pass this on to Michael Gosney, who's going to moderate our transformative culture panel. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Sandra. And so, yeah, we want to jump right in. I will just briefly introduce our panelists. John Raymer has been for many, many years on the forefront of social change. He has got a remarkable instinct and talent for creating new ways to connect people. And he's going to elaborate a little bit on that. And as part of that overview, it's really important for us all to understand how many organizations and initiatives are going on all over the world. There's ways for all of us to contribute. It does start with our personal intention, but it's also very much about taking action in the world and contributing to a cause that's close to your heart, starting your own initiative. There's so many ways to be involved. And I like to say, you know, it's much more fun to participate in our evolution as a species than stand on the sidelines. So Lucian Tarnowski and Gina Bria both will share with us their projects. In Lucian's case, United Planet, the Up Game. He's going to share a little bit about that. And that has to do with motivating people to make changes, to connect. Gina Bria is working in more of a personal transformational area, and that is water and hydration and the health of our bodies, the health of our planet, with water as the common vibration, the common resource that we all share. So John, maybe let's just jump right in, and I'd love you, given your informed bird's eye view perspective on transformative culture, perhaps you could give us your thoughts on how we define that. And we do have our definition for what that means, transformative culture, that may be different from what other groups consider those words to mean.
Yeah. Well, I think transformative culture has been transformed. I think we're finding ourselves in really a new world. And we're in that space between no longer and not yet. But it's emergent and it's happening. And that's what I'm here to gladly share, is the first, reports from the edge on what new kind of events are possible. We're in the middle of, it's World Unity Week. the Sign Network and many others of convening what we're calling a multi-Zoom convergence to mobilize a world unity movement. Multi-Zoom convergence to mobilize a world unity movement. And there are 20 of these convergence rooms as well as a main hall. And topics like the divine and sacred, masculine and feminine, and justice and peace. I mean, the list goes on. We have so many amazing people who are in sense of this moment like we all are, that this is a moment not to be missed. There's no time to rush. And we're learning, and it's happening. Indigenous-led ceremony yesterday around the world. People coming into these rooms. We are doing what we call scaffolding, building the scaffolding, which is about collective empowerment. Tactically, let me explain. I'm an admin through the Sign Network on over 200 Facebook pages, including Earthdance Global now. Now, why is that interesting? Because it's trusted sharing. We're actually empowering each other. Marshall Gans says that leaders are people who accept responsibility for enabling others to achieve purpose in the face of uncertainty. This collaborative alliance is empowering each other in the process. So when Sign members start a stream, we turn a stream into a wave by sharing. So with Uplift and Unify, thousands of these streams have been released just in the last 48 hours, and it's going to be going on for this entire week. So there's a main hall that has a convergence room in it where you can go and see what's coming there. But then there's also all these topical rooms and the engagements there. We have massive these Trello boards that people are posting what they're going to be hosting sessions about. And we're doing 6 open space sessions virtually during the week. So anyone can come and host a topic. If you got an idea for how we're going to build this movement together, a mobilization of world unity movement, we want you to hear your voice. One of the most important things, Michael, we've learned is groups often become insular and people feel like they can't get into the center. We're trying to keep an active core with an open periphery and inviting everyone. The Poor People's Campaign, Black Lives Matter, we put out a statement about that, how important that is. And we're all convening there. There are folks here from all over. I mean, Deepak Chopra and Marianne Williams, and the list goes on, but not just well-known voices, voices for everyone convening together. I've never seen anything like it. And I don't know, you know, we're making mistakes. I'm sure we're going to learn things, but we're really all pushing ourselves to build this collective scaffolding to enable, to empower each other, to come together for behavior change at scale, leading towards another one in September around the International Day of Peace to launch a decade devoted to achieving the global goals and creating peace on earth by 2030.
Well, John, you know, I want to call attention to the Compassion Games, which you started some 6 years ago.
8 years ago.
8 years ago already, which has been just a remarkable example of networking and motivating people. Could you just give us a quick 1 minute?
Okay, here's the story. So we started Compassion Cities in the Compassion Games. We served 20 million people, but then David Gershon, one of our Sign members, said, John, getting people to do nice, kind things, that's really great, isn't going to make any difference. Mm-hmm. He said, we need behavior change at scale. And I knew he was right. That's why we started, out of the Compassion Games, grew this league of super teams that are cooperating in unprecedented unified action. I got so sick of everyone saying they want to work together and really doing nothing together. As a musician, I know that playing at the same time isn't the same as playing together. So just by the simple act of creating an agreement in which we trust each other's assets to build audience, we've been able to demonstrate that we're so much better together. So the Compassion Games are still going on. In fact, the Synergy Games have been launched with mayor from Louisville, Kentucky, and mayors around the world in the Synergy Challenge. But the truth
is, compassiongames.org, is that the URL?
Yep, Compassion, and go to the synergygames.org. We're about to announce during World Unity Week.
All right, cool.
And well, worldunityweek.org.
Let's thank you so much, John. And there's so much, you know, we could sit here for 3 hours talking about all these things, but we just wanted to give an overview of perspective. And let's hear from Lucian Tarnowski right now, who is just doing such an amazing job of bringing people together, and his current project, United Planet. Maybe Lucian, you could share a little bit with us about how that's going. You'll need to unmute, Lucian. Oh, we're still not hearing you, Lucian, for some reason. Well, I'll tell you what, let's Gina, why don't you tell us about your work right now, and we'll finish with Lucian, since we're a little bit tight on our time.
Yes, thank you, Michael. Thank you so much for the opportunity to open a door. As a cultural anthropologist, I get to talk about, and with 25 years of work on ritual around the world, and the role of ritual and what it is and why you need ritual to transform. I looked at what are the elements of transform, what is transformation? And that's such a key question. And I was so surprised to discover that there's 3 elements, and they're surprising elements. And the first element is water. And then the second element for transformation, the needed elements, water, a body. And the third is consciousness. So when we link those 3 together through hydration, some extraordinary transformation, then we are able to gain that behavior change, that new identity. And the work that I do, not only as a cultural anthropologist, but now deeply into the water science of water molecules and how water is an information transfer network that's a global network and allows us to step into consciousness in new forms that we, in a dehydrated culture, are unaware of what low consciousness we're operating on because we don't have the water to support us. So these are some really unusual ideas. I think consciousness also looking at holding that idea. So I'll just repeat again so we can have this framework or scaffolding, as John was talking about, to think through our ideas. Water, body, consciousness. And why a body? I think consciousness, the elements of consciousness are the need to express itself, the need to manifest itself, or a word I like to use, materialize itself. So water is that medium which allows consciousness to materialize itself. And that's fascinating news, because if we now take ourselves as water bodies and we take our opportunity to hydrate ourselves more profoundly than we do in a very dehydrated environments that we live in, we're going to raise our ability, our consciousness, to new levels of materialization. So I'd love to dialogue back and forth, just laying those words out and hearing what people think.
Thank you so much. Yeah, there's a close relationship between water and consciousness, you know. It's kind of our ectoplasm of the biosphere, you know, water. It's remarkable. Well,
Michael, if I can thread some new information in that people might not be aware of. But one of the foremost scientists that I work with, water scientists, is Gerald Pollack, who identified a stage of water that we were just not aware of. It isn't that it's a new stage, it's that it's been recently identified. And that's the liquid crystalline stage.
Yes.
That blows everything wide open, because now I work with, and I bet John knows some of these people who are trying to do quantum computers, paralleling silicon computers, but using the water molecule, because it turns out the water molecules together, gathered, can hold and disperse and broadcast more information than silicon. And yet that's us.
That's us, exactly.
Walking water computers, right?
That's it. That's right.
So what the heck? We can flip on all sorts of switches in ourselves that we didn't even know existed just by hydration. And that's very interesting. I think it's very sexy. It's alive. It's what are we talking about now? So now
wonderful.
I have to come into the conversation through water.
Your project, and what's the URL again for?
Yes, so I'm at hydrationfoundation.org. It's easy to remember because it rhymes. I'm a nonprofit. Our work is hydrating people, plants, and animals and soils more profoundly, using liquid crystalline state water, which is just a simple shift in the molecules so that they begin creating voltage when you get the waters close enough.
I know people can find out more on your website about that. So thank you so much for sharing. This project is one of so many.
Yes.
It's an example of the kinds of projects that people can get involved in. All right, well, Lucian.
I think you can hear me.
Yeah,
right, Michael? Great, great. Such a pleasure to be here. And yeah, John, you've such an elder in our space. Deeply appreciate your work. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, delighted to be here for Earthdance. I'm a very passionate, ecstatic dancer. Just so many, this is such a timely conversation. I think what you just described, Gina, and water as a living system, it's like that, what a demonstration of transformative culture. Just the way we're learning that and learning about the just fractal nature of everything. I find it amazing. So yeah, so some background. Thank you, Michael, for the invitation. So just in short, the unified planet is, we're just at the very, very beginning of a journey we believe will go on for at least 7 generations and more to follow is our prayer. But it's really this question of how do we meet this moment? How do we recognize that this is the most important civilizational pivot point in the history of the planet? In that we are like in the front row seats of perhaps the greatest show on the galaxy right now, planet Earth, the cosmic periscope. If you could compare Earth to a TV show, it would be Game of Thrones final episode right now. And it's like, will they make it? Won't they make it? It's a very, very potent time to live on planet Earth. And I don't think it's random that we're here. In the same way as the Old Testament was a prophecy for the New Testament, the New Testament is a prophecy for the Now Testament, like what's happening right now. And so the unified planet is really it's an organization, it's a movement all around how do we return to community? How do we lead with love and return to community and create a civilization in harmony with all life, a thriving civilization in harmony with all life? And so how we do that, we went on a similar journey. I spent 12 years designing online communities for social change, and really saw that, a bit like what John was saying, people playing music at the same time is not the same thing as playing together. And I saw, we work with all sorts of different multi-stakeholder communities and saw that the biggest problem here was connecting the dots. Like we have an abundance of bricks and a lack of mortar. We have, an abundance of silos and a real lack of the mycelium web to connect them. And so similar to Buckminster Fuller, I believe, like many of us do, you don't change things by fighting the existing model. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. And just like Bucky, and I'm sure John here, and many of us others, concluded that the best kind of sniper move here, the best strategic move, is to use games. Because it's in play that our inner child is permissioned to come to the forefront. It's in play that our creativity and our kind of lens of possibility is at maximum spectrum. And so we also created a game, and you can think of this as a kind of a fractal of what Bucky called the New World Game. But it's called the Up Game, the Unified Planet Game. It's just up.game is the website, www.up.game. And it's just one flavor of the game right now that we've been starting with. We launched on Earth Day. And what we've done is we take, think of it as like being a sniper, aiming for the acupuncture spots of high leverage transformative change. And so we started with Sound for Health, and we brought together 22 sound experts, sound practitioners, a combined total of 432 years of sound experience. And we took them on an 8-week journey from seed to sprout to blossom to harvest, 1 week on, 1 week off. Half of the time we met was all about yin. It's all about deeply connecting with oneself, doing breath work, doing sound practices, etc. And then the other half is all about yang. It's about applying our collective intelligence for collective action. And so we were on a journey, and we just got to harvest on Friday, and we formed the Unified Planet Sound Alliance, the Unified Planet Sound Technology Guild, and the Sound Portal Guild. And so these are now kicking off new games. So it's a kind of infinite game. And it's all around self-organizing collective intelligence. It's all around creating the format and the incentives for people to work together to demonstrate this thing that we all know to be true, which is cooperation outperforms competition. Yet we have an incentive design of the existing system that prioritizes competition. And so what we've been doing is we want to prove that cooperation outperforms competition. And so we do that by bringing together these groups of experts, taking them on a kind of accelerated journey all around identifying community solutions for the planetary commons. We really believe in this concept of the planetary commons. Many call it the participatory commons, but think of it as a full stack through society, the Linux of the planet. All aspects of society. We're going to have the healthcare system, the education system, the food system, the energy system, all in the commons. And so what we're interested in is those high leverage, fundable solutions for the commons. And so we started with sound, and then we went to food, and then our latest is community impact.
So Lucian, that's fantastic. Yeah. Are you going to aggregate the results of all of those series that you're doing on the up.game website?
Yeah, so think of the Unified Planet as in one aspect. It's kind of almost like a media platform. We now have 60 people coming together every week for 400 hours of co-creation to like apply their collective intelligence around there. So we create an immense amount of content, and we're thinking that content can be used for like educational expeditions. But ultimately, we're interested in creating a game that can transform society. And many of us are doing this, and we believe that we need as many experiments as possible. And the best thing about a game is it's an amazing place to experiment it on the macro, in the micro.
Yeah.
Because you get this like small group of like 12 to 20 people to go deep into community and, you know, being deeply connected and having that shared purpose.
Well, that's fantastic. And it's wonderful to know that we can track the progress of the up game as it evolves, again, at up.game.
Yep. And Facebook and YouTube and all the rest of it. We live stream everything.
Wonderful. Well, it's kind of cool that you started with sound as one of your first areas to explore. And we're going to have to wrap up our panel here. It was short and sweet and hopefully of value to those who are watching us. Thank you so much, John, Gina, and Lucian, for sharing your insights and wonderful work with us. And as it happens, we're going to be followed now by Lynda Arnold, Divasonic, who's giving us a workshop on voice and sound and the wonderful healing potential of our own personal vibrations. So thank you, everyone. And we'll go over to Kitty right now to introduce Lynda.
I was just telling the audience that now that we've had so many incredible ideas, our heads are probably spinning now. So really now we have something experiential, something to come back into our bodies, into our breath, into our voice. And you know, the breath is really a doorway to consciousness, and the voice is like the connection to the divine, if you know how to lead it. And we're so fortunate to have Lynda Arnold, who is an incredibly accomplished musician. She's a sound meditation facilitator, a vocalist, a multi-instrumentalist, composer, performer. And she's going to lead us into using our breath and our voice in a way that connects us to the divine. So thank you so much, Lynda, for being here. And with that, please.
All right. Oh my gosh. Thank you so, so much, Kitty. And it's been great to get to know you. And thank you to Michael and Sandra and everything that you're doing, putting this day together, this just talk about connection and unity and transformation. This is what we need, right? This is what we need right now. Oh, okay. So this is our moment to drop in. You know, with all of my work and sound healing, sound meditation, and music, what I found throughout my journey is that there's a sound healing instrument, and we all have it, and it's our voice. We don't have to spend thousands of dollars on an instrument, right? We have it right here. And so I invite you all to find a space right now in your home. Maybe you're already watching, you're on your couch. Maybe you have a meditation cushion. And let's just be in this moment, right? Sound, vibration is a great unifier. Music is a great unifier. So now we start with the simplest sounds that help us tune into mindfulness and meditation. And that's our breath. So let's start with that. We're going to start with a few deep inhales, exhale on an HA sound. So we want to make it audible. We want to hear the breath leaving the body. And when we do this, when we combine this breath with the sound, we can let go of things through the breath, right? Besides CO2, thoughts, emotions, physical pain, tension. We're giving everyone permission to do that now. Deep inhale into the belly, expand the torso. And one more of those. Deep inhale. And again, nice deep inhale. Push the belly out. Expand. Take deeper breaths than you're used to taking. Allow yourself to enjoy that you can breathe. Yes, this is the theme of the moment. We want to breathe. We want to be good to our lungs, be good to our bodies, be good to our community. Next, inhale, exhale. We're going to do an S sound all the way out on the breath. A little bit of tension in the mouth and hearing that breath leave on the S sound. Breathing in. Once again, breathing in deep, pushing out the belly. One more deep inhale to an HA sound, sighing. This is what Kitty has brought to me. This is the symphony of breath, right? Us breathing together, inhale, exhale, one community, one body, all the energy, vibration connected. And now one of my favorite breaths, it's S-H-O-O, it's called Supro. Learned from my teacher, Sylvia Nakach. This is quick inhale, exhale. Do a few of these. It feels really good. So now that our breath is warmed up, we feel like we're connected to our inhale, exhale. Now we start to make the sound. This is vocal toning, making a sound all the way out on the breath. And quite simply going to start with a humming sound. All right, let's create this cosmic hum, this hum that transcends, right, that lifts, that elevates. Breathing in. Picking a note that feels good to you, dropping into the chest. Now let's take a deep inhale to an ha sound, an S sound, a supra, whatever feels good to you. Filling up the balloon and release. Direct your sound forward, focus it in. So we're going to now concentrate on 3 vowels that you can use anytime for your meditation and vocal practice. 1 vowel is ah. Ah is sound for the heart center, lifting the chest, opening up, right? Because we live like this in front of our phones and computers. We have to allow space, right, to breathe and to tone. The 2nd vowel is E. So E is a wonderful vowel for clearing energy, right? Clearing the mind. It resonates sometimes up in the head, depending if you're using nasal voice or your breathy voice. So you're singing a higher note, exploring E. E for clearing tension, emotion, physical, spiritual, mental. And the final vowel will be O. So O is for grounding. We need to pull that energy into the earth. We don't want to fly away because using our vocal toning for transformation sometimes can lift us, vibrate us so high that we whoop, fly away. So with O, we're grounding. We're feeling the roots in the earth pulling down. We're feeling our sits bones on our cushion. Maybe you're standing and toning, perfectly fine. Feel the roots of your feet. Feel the gravity. That's through the sound O, lower chakra. Let's begin. Let's try 3 on each vowel. All right, each time use that nice deep inhale, use that expansiveness energy. Here we go. So we're going to start with ah. Deep breath and release. The vowel E. Deep breath in again. Release. Grounding now with the vowel O. Let's go again. Ah, E and O, even deeper this time. Lifting the chest. E. And dropping again. O. Let's feel the power of the vibration of our own life force moving. You just take a moment, just from that little bit of making sound and moving our breath through the body. There's tingling, there should be tingling happening. You should feel your feet pulsating. This is the power of sound and the voice. It doesn't take much to get there. So I just have a couple minutes. What I'd like to invite everyone to do before I conclude is just sing a little bit with me. I'm going to just vocalize and journey a bit and you can tone any of those syllables with me, breathe, harmonize. Let's still create this circle of sound. Thank you. Thank you for being open to exploring today. And thank you to Earthdance and all the crew for having me.
Well, thank you so much, Lynda. That was extraordinary. Took us on a deep, soulful sound journey. Got us back into our bodies and realizing that we are in the midst of this shift, and it's a very personal experience when we take it that deeply. So thank you so much. And now we are coming up to an extraordinary panel of amazing beings. Actually, they're live, from California and from Maui and from Oregon. We have Tayana David, who has been, as you met her earlier today, she's been a moderator on our other panels. She's going to be participating in this particular panel, which is called, tongue twister, Soil to Seed to Soul. And this panel is about as Vandana Shiva said, we have the power to renew the continuity of life. And it's such a gift to be able to be co-creative with nature. And we are all learning new ways to come into alignment with nature and how to live our lives more coherently and more fundamentally. And in this panel, we're going to learn about the value and the beauty and the soul of the soil, and how extraordinarily important soil is to everything that we consume and eat and grow and all of the natural web of life. And then to the seed, which we all come from, and hopefully that we are now learning and recognizing that the more we plant organic seeds, the more organic our life is becoming. And that has a whole context around it, which I'm not going to explain, but you're all aware of the organic nature of our universe and how important and valuable it is for us to really be feeding our bodies, our minds, and our spirits with organic nature that comes from our planet. And the last part is, how do we feed our soul? How do we take on our environmental and personal care? So I'm going to send this over to Kitty, who is going to be moderating this panel of extraordinary beings, and take it away, madam.
Important panel, and it's an important topic that how do we feed ourselves? And right now, how we're feeding humanity is destroying the earth with industrial agriculture and processed food. We're destroying our health. And so this, from soil to seed to is looking at the big picture, and the microscopic picture. It's like at every scale, understanding just what it is that we're nourishing ourselves with or not. And we have three extraordinary panel, well, actually four. Josh and Kelly, I sometimes count you as a unit. You're such an extraordinary unit. But we're going to start with Tayana, who's just going to give us a look at soil. Some very interesting things you may not have been aware of. So take it away, Tayana.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kitty. And thank you, Sandra and Michael and the whole Earthdance team. What an honor to be involved in this beautiful, rich programming. So before we get started, I invite everybody to put the soles of your feet on the earth. Even if you're on some wood floor or carpet, just know that we have roots and tendrils that can shoot down into the core of the earth. And just take a breath. And tune into the miracle that is this plant-human breath exchange. That when we exhale, the plants inhale, and when the plants exhale, we inhale. Just remembering our interconnection to the plant queendom, as I like to call it, the plant queendom. So I'm just gonna pull up one slide to begin. So I'm ready for that first slide, please. All right, so the words human and humus actually come from the same Latin root. How about that? Maybe that's a little reminder of our earliest ancestors, really, the soil, the rocks. And I think that we have a lot to learn from these ancestors of ours whose shoulders we literally stand on, that are our common ground. Let's go to the next slide. We're going to talk about what happens with plants, the air, our breath, and the soil. So a beautiful exchange happens when plants bring in the carbon dioxide. They use sunlight and water to separate oxygen out for us to breathe, and then carry the carbon dioxide down, the carbon down into their root systems as carbon sugars. And what happens at the tips of the roots is this exchange where plants and trees trade the carbon sugars for minerals and water that they need. So what can we as human beings learn from these exchanges that our earliest ancestors are doing all the time? They're networking in order to grow more regenerative, richer communities and ultimately soil and life. So now let's move on to the third slide, please, where we see underground, we have the root system, and then we have the rhizobacteria and the mycorrhiza, which is just the fungi. What's fascinating is that the roots can only reach so far by themselves. They actually need these helpers to reach further into the earth to get the minerals and the water that they so need to continue to grow and produce fruit and flowers. So what I like to, it's not so much that we're learning from nature, because we are nature. So I want to just continue to reframe this as we're remembering all of who we are, the mother nature that begets life, that is us. So we can go on to the next slide to look at this a little more deeply. We see here the root tip of the plant, and it can only, it can only reach so far, but then look at all of the mycorrhizal fungi that's extending this plant's particular network. And what's there for us to learn from this theme that's been arising all day in the beautiful Earthdance programming, which is community, connectedness, synergy, collaboration. Hey, the plants all around us have been doing this for literally billions of years, and cooperating with other species and living systems that aren't necessarily their own, but there's this great harmony that happens. And I think we can join them in creating that harmony. So to finish off, we'll go to the last slide here, which is something I find so fascinating, and I hope you do too. It's a carbon healthy soil. Okay, so when this exchange happens in a healthy way, there's lots of carbon in the soil, and it forms what's called an aggregate. You can see this lump. This is healthy soil. If it just kind of dissipates in your hands, that's kind of, there's not a lot of life in there. But this example, a lot of life. And so that life happens when the plants, the fungi, and the microbes are working all together. And what I just love about this is that these relationships create space. They create a living sponge underground. And so what does that tell us about the value of community, healthy relationships, networking? There's so much spaciousness within that. And in the case of soil, that beautiful sponge-like spaciousness allows for resilience, because it's in those spaces that water is kept. And in times of drought, that water is there ready to go. So it's sort of an underground reservoir for life. And let's just connect back into the earth, soles of the feet on the earth, and finding the breath exchange with the plants around you. Maybe it's a house plant that you're looking at, or maybe like me, you're in your garden. But just recognizing the miracle and the interconnectedness. All right, well, that is my offering. Thank you. I hope that you enjoyed, and I'll hand it back to Kitty and the rest of the beautiful panelists.
I'm, can you hear me now? So I just want to thank Tayana for that beautiful look at healthy living soil and all the complexities that's going on down there, and the collaboration that's so important to life. And I want to move on now to our friends from Dragonfly Earth Medicine. That's Josh Sarvis and Kelly Dunn. These two are two of the most remarkable farmers who grow food, medicine, cannabis, and they're totally dedicated to the regeneration of the earth and the humans in all the ways that they build their soil and grow their plants. And they're also just amazing educators and philosophers about regenerative agriculture. I just love having conversations with these two. They also have products that help build the soil, I understand. And they've also created a, how to explain it? It's a certification, a pure certification for cannabis farming. But anyway, I just want to hear from them. Tell us your take on this from soil to seed to soul, because I know that you're right there at every level. So please.
Thank you so much for having us here, and blessings to the earth for the shell and for the space for us to exist on. We really appreciate this time to be with everyone, and thank you for having us. We've often said that we're humus beings, that we're only as healthy as the earth that we live on, and that our ultimate goal is to enhance the soil, because that's enhancing the food, which is enhancing our soul. Without proper microbiology, without a proper microbiome in our body or a proper microbiome in the earth, we can only achieve a certain amount of success. And really, ultimately on earth, we have everything that we need to survive. So when we talk about seed to soil, or from soil to seed to soul, we look to how to build the soil, how to go and look at nature and how to enhance that on our land, how to build nutrient dense soils which the food comes out of, and then how the seed is a representation, how it locks in time the health of that soil, and how the interaction of the plant while we're growing it, that union and that sacred time where we're evolving together throughout the summer, that gets locked into the seed. And in that seed is our ultimate future. So we often talk about what a healthy garden is, but often people don't recognize the garden is for the seed. So as we're growing for the fruit, we also must look to let some of our healthiest plants go to seed so that we can regenerate the earth, and so that we can move beyond just being organic and being regenerative or nootropic, in a way that we can regenerate life on earth. So it's our mission at Dragonfly Earth Medicine and the collective which we represent, the Pure Collective and the farms, that we are all dedicated to showing the world how you can be more self-reliant and not so needy from the system. Maybe we live a little bit more closer to the earth, and we grow as much of our food and medicine, and we recognize that the food is our medicine and the medicine is also our food. So how to incorporate that into our life, how to have super foods create a super life for us. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Thanks, Josh. What I wanted to say is something that's just so totally fascinating to me, is that we are 99.9% all exactly the same if you compare our DNA as humans on the earth. But if you compare our microbiome as humans on the earth, we're 99.9% different. So microbiology gives us this incredible individual. It gives us our thinking ability. I don't believe that we have the ability to be an intellect or to even convene with each other or to understand nature without microbiology. I believe that microbiology is what gives us our higher intelligence. And we find the most high intelligence in the soil. The soil contains microbiology that if we are ill, like say we have Crohn's disease, schizophrenia, anything that's wrong, cancer, when we test the microbiome of those human beings, they're devoid of a lot of microbiology that is found in the soil. So if we look towards Mother Nature, she's one that is truly giving us life. So the more that we ally with healthy living, full microbiotic rich soils, and we're in it and we're breathing it, then we have the ability as humus beings to be able to think more clearly, to be able to connect in a way that Mother Nature has given us this ability. She has sparked life from the very beginning. Every single cell in our body is run and is fueled by mitochondria. And mitochondria is a living organism that is also found in every other living thing. And they say that that also came from the soil at one time.
And if
that we grew from.
I didn't hear you, Kitty.
Now, do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, it was saying that the mitochondria in our cells arose from the original ancestor organisms. And it's just a layer of life on life on life all through evolution, that they really are our ancestors. And
absolutely,
to honor and respect our ancestors, to remember those organisms in the soil are truly our ancestors. And we really create, connect. It's the interrelatedness coming back to. So thank you so much. You guys are such incredible, both practitioners and philosophers. You bring so much. So many.
Thank you so much. And it's good to recognize that we are the ancestors of our future generations. So if we can make sure that the prints that we leave on the earth are going to last for 7 generations from us to be a positive impact, then we have really made a big difference on the earth.
And if we look at what Mother Nature is creating, all she ever is creating, everything that she is here for to do is to create soil. So if we can just follow in her footsteps a little bit and just use her as a mentor, then we're all on the right path to a much higher spirituality and connectedness.
And if we're lucky,
thank you,
we will end up in that soil.
The soul of this panel right here. And our next amazing, amazing practitioner, a farmer, 30-year journey of permaculture, Jenny Pale. Jenny is on Maui. And you know, Maui is an island. And with the COVID-19, with the interruption of food supplies, not just on Maui, but everywhere, it's really a big issue right now, food sovereignty. How do we grow our food and medicine? And she's brought some really brilliant thinking to this with her project, Ohana Gardens. Very practical and just amazing, bringing victory gardens back in to vogue, into the collective consciousness. So Jenny, I just hand it over to you to tell us about your amazing project.
Thanks, Kitty. It's really great to be here. And I just want to start with recognizing that seeds are time-traveling miracles. Right? So seeds are having their seed dreams while we're going about our business. And then when we put them in the ground, or they put themselves in the ground with that right combination of soil and oxygen and water, they come to life. And all of us, all of the people that, and all the beings that we share this planet with, are nourished by that. So the time-traveling miracles that are part of our everyday existence. The project that I'm working on is Ohana Gardens. It's a local homegrown iteration of Victory Gardens without the colonial overlay. And we're looking in in an island community that without the tourists, we're about 150,000 people. And we can grow food year round here. And before the white colonists came, the Hawaiians fed themselves abundantly from master farmers and master fishermen. So what does it take to get back to a significant portion of our food coming from our own backyards and from our neighborhoods? My big dream for this project is to have salaried permaculturalists in every neighborhood who are able to help people grow their gardens, grow perennial crops, have sophisticated compost systems and fertility, and be able to take us from the soil to the seed all the way through to seed collection, and then into the soul part of it, which is, who are you in your community when you actually represent a repository of knowledge that's valuable in your community? So if you're the plant grower, or the tree expert, or you're the vegetable person, or you're the water expert, you're needed in your community. And when people call on you to step into that role of what knowledge you have, how does that feel in your soul to be needed and relied on in your community, rather than just being a functionary in a system that really doesn't need you at all? So as we return to local in a different context now, any serious interruption in our food supply, particularly for the Hawaiian archipelago, we're in really big trouble. If the ports go down in California, if the farmers are having droughts and floods, if the pandemic continues, if we have locusts in Africa, you know, we're at this, it's not just peak oil. The peak moment that we're at is peak overpopulation, peak overfishing, peak oil, peak depletion of soil, peak depletion of seed stocks. Let's go back to that seed metaphor, where it's become illegal in parts of the world to actually save your seeds. You're obligated to buy your seeds from a corporation. So even going back to the Neolithic revolution in Iraq, where the original farmers were growing wheat, you know, one of the first things that the Americans did in that you know, breadbasket of the world was they banned farmers from saving their own seed. So we have to look at the, you know, the seed reality in terms of very decentralized local seed banks. We have to have people that know how to grow food, get it on their plates and get it in their families' bellies and go all the way to the seed collection. And we really need people to transfer quickly into perennial crops. And perennial crops are a little more work theoretically up front, but they yield more and more food over time. So agroforestry not only sequesters carbon, buffers against climate chaos, it infiltrates water down into the soil and creates this soil sponge. And if you think of the current of a you know, meandering water through an ecosystem, and when that overflows, that fertility feeds the bank. Right? Let's look at that metaphor of what it is to slow that water and infiltrate that water into the ground, rather than this rapid current that's eroding those banks and taking all that nutrition away. So we have to look at that metaphor of agroforestry creating the sponge, of building the abundance, of having the multi-layer, mimicking the natural forest ecosystem to feed us, to clothe us, to provide our medicines, and to have the people who have those skills embedded in our communities that know how to use that agroforestry ecosystem and to accelerate that succession over time. And that's what this project is about. Ohana Gardens is about feeding your family, what it means to feed your family, how to not be 90% dependent on imported food to our island community, and to be able to take it all the way from, you know, seed to seed and sharing. I think another part that I'll just end on right here, because I'm sure my time is almost up, is that one of the unique things about living on Maui is that we still have an intact Hawaiian indigenous agriculture lineage. And we're able to lean on that deeper wisdom, and we're able to talk to those uncles and aunties, and we're able to actually eat the local foods that are from here and came on the canoes when the Hawaiians came. And we are looking very much to ask that community to share their mana'o, to share their wisdom with us. And we want to build a local food economy that is nutritious, delicious, abundant, and that there's enough to share.
Perfect timing. Say that thought that may we have abundance, may we have beautiful, clean food for all, and our interrelatedness for our whole human family. May we have food sovereignty and nourishment. That is such a beautiful blessing to end on. I wish we could spend the whole day with you.
Going to transition now into the deep green segment of our program today. And it's a fitting transition because we've been learning about the intelligence of the plant world and the beautiful technology. And this next hour and a half, we're going to be looking at cannabis and its different dimensions. And we're also going to conclude at the end of this segment with an exploration of the psychedelic of nature as well. And so Deep Green was actually began with an event that we produced in San Francisco back in 2011 and 12 on Earth Day, and we were celebrating cannabis as an emissary of nature. And as we all have seen, cannabis is uniquely attuned to the human being. The plant offers us countless benefits. We're just finally, as we come out of this dark age of prohibition, the prohibition of an herb, we are learning so much more about it with our modern science and just the practical application of cannabis in so many ways. So we'll be exploring that during this panel or series of panels. We're going to start off with a celebration of the spirit of cannabis, and we're going to be joined right now by Chris Conrad, who's been for many years a major activist and remains to this day an activist on the cutting edge of cannabis culture. He'll be sharing with us. We also are joined by Swami Chaitanya, who is a well-known figure internationally in the world of cannabis, both as a master grower, but also as essentially a philosopher. And finally, Mountain Girl will be joining us, Carolyn Garcia, who's been part of the cultural renaissance that began back in the 60s. We will follow this celebration of the spirit of cannabis, which will go until the bottom of the hour. We're going to have an amazing panel there, which is something that's very, very significant, and that is the transition away from the drug war and paying attention to the prisoners of the drug war who are still in prison. So we'll be going into that after this section. Yes, Kitty.
Thank you, guys. I just want to say we're drinking from a fire hose of wisdom here. And I really encourage you, if you have not done so yet, to please join the community at Earthdance.tv. And because you'll have replays of all this. I know I want to go back and see that sound healing workshop again. I want to hear those panels again. And these upcoming panels are going to be so extraordinary. So just to encourage you, be sure to join the community at earthdance.tv. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Jenny Dragonfly, for joining us here today. We're going to continue. Nikki Listretto is going to be helping with the hosting of the next few sessions. And Nikki, I'll let you introduce our group here on the call.
Okay, well, hello guys, nice to see you and everybody else. It's so happy to be part of the Earthdance family. It's in my genes at this point. I love these people. And I know they're bringing you lots of good vibes today. So we're going on to our first meeting, our first talk today about celebrating the spirit of cannabis. And this is something that's very near and dear to our hearts because we all know cannabis is a lot more than just getting high. It's about really the spirit that it creates and that it shares with us. So our speakers today for this group, we have Swami Chaitanya, who I know very well because he's my husband and best friend, and we've been on this path for lifetimes. So Swami's up here at our ranch. He's one of the co-founders of Swami Select Cannabis, and we grow some beautiful craft cannabis flowers. And plus he is an actual Swami and from America, but was Dean, what's the word, Swami? He was made a Swami in about 1998. Also on this one, we have Mountain Girl. Is Mountain Girl here yet?
No, she hasn't tuned in yet.
Okay, well, I can certainly give, and Michael, you might help me out here a little bit. I just know Mountain Girl lives up in Oregon and has, she was the writer of the first definitive book about growing that all the hippies read back in the very early days. It was just sort of a mimeograph pamphlet or something. So Mountain Girl goes way back and she has lots of other connections. She is Jerry Garcia's wife, and she obviously comes from a strong background of knowing very good spirit in cannabis. And the third speaker today is Chris Conrad. And Chris, Chris is here, wonderful. And Chris is a dear friend. And Chris has been an activist in the cannabis world for decades now, representing people in court and just really understanding what this plant means on so many levels. And he's also a Namaste. He's the founder of Namaste, which he will describe to you a little bit later in detail, which is a wonderful church about cannabis, that using cannabis as the ritual substance to really honor spirit. So I think we have three very appropriate speakers here, Ghazni. Thank you so much for everyone for getting this together at Earthdance, and let's see what they have to say, I guess. Mountain Girl should be here any minute.
All right, well, let's go ahead. Swami, we'll let you open our Spirit of Cannabis session here.
Okay. Well, often people just ask me questions, so here I'm going to just freewheel it, because we're a worldwide consciousness that we're building here with Earthdance, and we're just building on what many, many people have built together over many, many centuries as a world awareness. And cannabis has always been very much part of that. Most research indicates that cannabis originated way back, thousands and thousands of years ago, maybe about in the backside of where the Soviet Union used to meet up with China, now Kazakhstan and so on. And that's the cradle of a lot of civilization. And it was always used as a spiritual, what should we say, elevator for the people of the tribal groups that were mostly herder groups that were all across the Siberian steppes. But they've always used it for sacramental purpose. And they found 5,000 years ago in caves, they find these pouches with cannabis and various ritual elements that people used for getting to close to the spirit of this element. So I think what we always want to remember now is that in spite of being prohibited and denigrated and called, you know, a nasty drug and the devil's weed, cannabis has a long, long history, tens of thousands of years of human use. And we use that now as a background for us to grow more and more aware of what is the magic about this plant. So the magic is, if you imagine an ancient person somewhere on the other side of the world, and you find this beautiful plant growing there and it smells delicious, and all of a sudden you actually, maybe you throw it on the fire to get the incense, and all of a sudden you have a consciousness raising experience just by accident. And so there are many, many instances where religious ceremonies have used incense. And let's speculate that quite likely they would have thrown a little cannabis in there as well. And then everybody in the whole room gets really high. I mean, you've got your frankincense, you've got your myrrh and so on, but hey, let's throw a little more extra of that cannabis in there. And everybody then gets a common experience of raising and so on. And I think one of the key things that cannabis does is it raises your consciousness almost immediately to your third eye awareness. Now, we know that there's still a little more to go beyond that, but when you get to third eye awareness, you're getting to a place where the heart and the reason are coming together. And so you understand rationally with compassion. And that's one of the ways that cannabis will take down your prejudices and your blinders. And this will then open you up to experience with other people. So we've always used it in the hippie community and so on. In the modern community, we've used it always as an awakener, as an inspiring herb to help creativity with music, with all kind of artistic things, writing and so on. So that to me is kind of how we use it today as an inspiration. And along the way, of course, we discovered the medical use. But the medical use is as old as any other use. It probably was the first medicine. So cannabis to me has always been one of the teachers of humanity. When they first developed horse riding and they put a bit in a horse, that was hemp rope that they used to tame the horse and make it for riding. A whole change in civilization. When they first invented pottery, they find pottery with twine around it for decoration. That was hemp twine. They find other pottery with hemp seeds embedded in it. And so that's along with the development of pottery. So cannabis, they're sitting around smoking. What are we going to do? And they make pottery and they decorate it with cannabis. So worldwide, cannabis has always been involved in people's realization of one another and how they're connected. So maybe I should let Chris take over for a minute. And a Mountain Girl I see is ready to be here. Hi, Mountain Girl.
I have trouble with all those numbers, you know.
Got Carolyn in the house. All right.
Yeah.
Hi.
Thank you, Swami. Chris, you want to pick it up there a little bit?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. As Nikki was mentioning, I'm going to be talking about Cantheism and the Keynote circle in a little bit. But just to give you a little sense of myself, I've always been a deeply spiritual and religious person. I was raised in a Catholic household. I was convinced I was going to become a Catholic priest. In fact, my pursuit of this connection to the spiritual godliness of the universe led me actually to go to seminary for 2 years. And after 2 years of studying the history of the Catholic Church, including the Inquisition, I felt I could no longer try to convert people to that religion because it had such a terrible record of hypocrisy between what the teachings of Jesus were and what the church was. So then I left it and maintained some spirituality. But not too long after I left the seminary, I smoked cannabis for the first time. And I felt that it opened the world up to me on another dimension that was far beyond anything I had gone through with all the church experiences I'd had up to that point. And so this kind of then led me to consume cannabis on a spiritual as well as a pleasure, as well as, I wasn't really thinking medical because I was pretty young at the time, a basis for many years. And during the 1990s, because I was working on trying to legalize cannabis and industrial hemp and medical marijuana, and also fight off the drug war, I thought that the religious use argument was one of our strongest ones. The First Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the Civil Rights Act, state laws, all had protections for religious consumption, or religious activity, I should say. And so I pursued into that, and I started looking at it and what it took to make a religion. And I found out that basically most of the things we needed were already in place. We already had a long history of use. Many religions were already using cannabis as part of their spiritual events and so forth. The Coptics, the Rastafarians, the Sadhu. Of course, we read about it in the writings of Herodotus about the Thracians and the Scythians, and then all these tombs that are being found. So we've known it's been for quite a long time. And also I felt that people who use cannabis tend to do these ritualistic things like gather in a circle and the way they shared the joints and respect for one another. And so I pulled it into this, but because I was working as an expert witness in the courts, I didn't pursue it because they were afraid it would make me look a little bit, well, the prosecutors would use it to, I should say, try to make me look kind of wacky. And so it wasn't until after we actually legalized cannabis that we started doing these circles. And it's been pretty profound finding out how many people are interested in doing this and how many people have this connection and how much continuity there is between us and the people of the past. And I believe this is our gate to the future, the people of posterity from here. And that in addition to saving the environment through industrial hemp, we also need to save the spirit with cannabis. And I guess I'll turn it over to whoever's next, Nikki. Namaste, everyone.
Well, maybe Carolyn, since you've joined us, if you'd like to just share with us your experience with cannabis and the culture that it helped inspire.
Interestingly enough, I first tried cannabis when I was about 17 in Palo Alto, emancipated teen that I was. And the first thing I noticed was that the cannabis users were all living far distant from each other, and you'd have to travel and go to someone's house and meet people who shared this particular herb, and that it was this incredibly sort of diluted friendship network of people who were cannabis users and growers and sellers. And after a while, we all knew each other, all at a considerable distance. It took quite a bit of travel, but it was a friendship network. So it was this sort of very powerful underground. This is 1964. So, it was tremendously illegal at that time. So it created a network and a bond between people. Just the herb itself was so attractive that you would drive 20 or 30 miles to have a toke with some friends. And it's an amazing bonding agent for groups of people. And I think this is still going on everywhere we can see into the world of cannabis today. It's created tremendous friendships, families, bonds, and the spiritual aspect of those subtle changes in the brain. Those soft, subtle thoughts that started to creep in and just change the way you think about things, and then the complexity that it brought also into the thought process. This was something that I think that those very early days we shared, and it was important.
And it's interesting how today we're understanding the effect of the cannabinoids on the human system, and how we're all totally attuned to the cannabis plant's offerings.
Yeah.
And I know, Swami, you've got some good insights into that consciousness expanding effect of cannabis.
Michael, you know, when you mentioned that, Mountain Girl, that I was just thinking about the 420 celebrations we've had in Golden Gate Park in the last couple of years. And they're like 20,000 people instead of like 5 or 6 or 10 you're talking about. But people still drove for miles and miles and miles to come together to be at the Golden Gate Park at Hippie Hill and 420 to share this experience with everybody. And as you look out at the crowd, you would see all different races, colors, creeds, persuasions, anything, all of the entire California spectrum of population was all there. And everybody had their little group together, but then the groups of groups and the groups of groups of groups. This was an amazing consciousness expanding thing. And so to me, cannabis is the everyday psychedelic. It just alters your perspective on things. It takes away a lot of your filters that prevent you from hearing well or seeing well or even understanding with compassion. And so it's that way in which cannabis has been teaching us from thousands of years ago. And it taught me how to grow food. It taught so many people how to do those things. And it's really important, that ritual of sharing. And that's part of a group consciousness that cannabis is so easy about creating. And that is the spiritual part. But you know, there's a molecular thing in the plant. There's like a spirit within the plant itself, the actual plant. And most of the people up here growing up in the mountains have kind of imbibed that spirit. And we have kind of a messianic purpose to bring people to this plant and be able to use it and share it. But it's, you know, I don't know. Sorry.
Well, we're coming up on 420, and it's kind of interesting that this has become symbolic worldwide for cannabis. The 420 time, the 420 date, and the mythos behind that was the kids in San Rafael that used to have 420 as the code word to go sneak away and get high.
That's amazing.
So for those who might want to share in that ritual, here we are almost at 420.
Ooh.
And we've got some slides that Swami supplied. We'll run a little bit, but
Michael, I wanted to say that listening to all this talk is really reminds me again how much of a tribe we are. And as a tribe, we have our rituals and we do those together. It really is a tribe that finds itself from all across the entire planet. And, you know, whether we're in Amsterdam or Goa or South Africa or Israel, or, I mean, just think about it. It's so spread out, which Earthdance exemplifies. And it's a tribe. We're a wonderful big tribe. So I really want to thank you all for reminding me of that.
It's the human tribe.
And if I may throw in something as well, there's the whole fact of like what Mountain Girl was saying about people trying to find each other. I think that's really the power of 420, is that people want somebody to smoke with. And then at 420, you know there are other people smoking. So it creates this automatic community. Anytime you light up at 420, you know you're lighting up with your friends and people you've never even met. And so I think that connection, which I see as a sacramental relationship, is implicit in the very spontaneous arrival of 420 as a time when people smoke.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I think it's a ritual. It's a ritual that we share. And if you can remember what time it is, you can have it with other people. But you know, it's just that thing that it seeps into your brain and makes these subtle alterations. And I think it reduces your fear of otherness. You know, you become more interested in otherness rather than being afraid of it.
Yeah.
And that's magic.
Yep. Everywhere you go, you can find people who will share a joint with you. You just have to pull it out.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So right now, you know, how many people are participating in this ritual sacrament at this time. And it is
Michael, I want to say, I want to bring up some things that don't get as much mention and publicity as possible. And one is that you know, the Muslim world, the Arabic world also has cannabis, and particularly the Sufi parts of the Muslim world are very much, certain sects of those are very much into cannabis and use it for their ecstatic dancing. So the Arabic world and the Muslim world has been very important about taking cannabis all over the world. And it's quite likely that Arabic traders took it all the way down into Africa, which is quite next door, right? And so then we have to understand that the African people likewise developed their own culture of cannabis in their tribes, and a lot of people, they still call it daga. And then, of course, as the slave trade came over, the African peoples brought cannabis with them. And so it's through that they came into the jazz world. And then we also have to remember that all of the Mexican weed that was coming up from Central America, and that we owe that all of our Latino brothers and sisters, that connection also coming into California, and the Mexican weed and so on. And then the Jamaicans and the Thais and all of a sudden the Moroccans. I mean, it's just worldwide, and we have that consciousness, and that's what we celebrate on Earthdance. And this plant is a celebration of the earth. And so now we have a little celebration now. There's so many ways to consume cannabis, but one of my favorites, of course, is the joint. And the joint is one of the things that gives you all of the terpenes and cannabinoids that are in the cannabis as you smoke it, and it goes from room temperature up to combustion, right? And so it's the way to fully get everything in the cannabis that's, you know, less than 420 degrees or something combustion. But you see, there's another connection, which Nikki actually just reminded me of, and that is when you're smoking, it's also prana as a yogic exercise, right? The prana now, the prana is the vital energy that's in the breath of the air, and you bring it in with the cannabis mixed together. And so you're vitalizing your internal consciousness with the prana of the energy of the air with the cannabis, right? So then it works throughout your cannabinoid system, your endocannabinoid system, as Chris always likes to talk about, is the meditation of the cannabinoids working through your body and connecting to all the different parts of the body, almost like the Vipassana meditation, right? And right, Nikki's saying, time, light that silly joint, Swami.
Light that joint, Swami. Up, you know, do some prana.
No, wait a second. You said I had 5 minutes to do this. Huff, puff, puff. So here we go.
I got to wonder how the old ancient Israelites used cannabis besides putting it on their altars. What was their method of ingestion? Can we guess?
Well,
actually, we kind of know.
The method is probably drinking. And also with the holy anointing oil, there's some evidence, there's considerable evidence the holy anointing oil in the Bible had cannabis as its fragrant reed, as Chris talks about, the sweet smelling fragrant reed, right? That's the true hemp. And that's the one that then they put in the holy anointing oil. So if you imagine with holy anointing oil, it's got frankincense and myrrh and various oils, and then the cannabis oil infused with THC. So now you get it dripped over your head. So you know how cannabis oil goes through the skin. You get really stoned if you trim without gloves, right?
Yes.
So this person who's getting anointed with this holy anointing oil is actually maybe very well having an out-of-body experience because they just got drenched with THC cannabis oil. But anyway, a couple of dabs will still do you, right? So I think a lot of it was in drinks and shared baked goods like we have, you know, brownies, you know, were there Israeli brownies that were loaded?
Right.
And it's also in tinctures. There's a lot of evidence that early alchemists made tinctures with cannabis, right? You know, early on in 1400. People have been known about this for a long time, but it's been persecuted and then celebrated and persecuted and celebrated and back and forth. And then the religious and the power groups, they don't want people to experience God directly. And cannabis really helps you. I'm going to say it. Cannabis helps you experience God and the divinity and the feminine divinity as well directly in your life. Authorities don't often like that. So smoke up, everybody, and meet the divine.
Well, and that's a good segue to let Chris for the remaining time. We've got about 5 minutes before our Righting the Wrongs of the Drug War panel, a fitting next step after this celebration. But Chris Conrad, as someone who has worked, you were intimately involved in Jack Herrera's book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes, which has recently been republished. And all of these years since, you've been a leading activist, helping change the laws. And I know that you and your wife, Mickey Norris, who's going to join us to MC this next panel, were very involved in Prop 64 in California. But I know, you know, that all of this legalization is still not really getting to the fundamental reality of what cannabis is and our relationship to it. And fittingly, the celebration in a serious way of the spiritual, sacramental nature of cannabis is what you've been working on over the past couple of years. So please share with us your work with Cannabis and Cantheism.
Well, thanks, Michael. And I have some slides here. I don't know if we're going to be able to work them through or not, but if they are up at some point, I wanted to just bring up the fact that we've entered into this whole thing. My concept of it, again, was a legal argument, but that connected with the tradition of cannabis use over history. And so one of the things I wanted to do was to meet the various standards that required to be a religion. And one of the things is we needed a symbol. And I don't know if there's going to show up at some point or if I just describe it.
Yeah,
Okay, great. Well, the first one is just, that's our symbol for Cantheism. And then let's go straight to the second slide, because basically the second slide, it shows you where this derives from. The idea of the emblem for religion is it should be easy to mark, this easy to make. And so I thought this particular line is the oldest representation of cannabis that I could find. It's an Egyptian hieroglyph. And if you see in the middle upper top, you see the glyph from a stela on the right, and on the left, you see a twist of hemp, which is what this is based on. We see the goddess here, Sheshat, who is using this hook that we use to pull the hemp out of the water, but over her head, there's a star, which is also a cannabis leaves and so forth. And also we have another Egyptian god here, Ta, who's breathing immortal wisdom into one of the pharaohs. And above him, we see again the symbol. On the bottom, you'll see there's a little alphabetic line, because that symbol went into the Semitic languages. And I just want to point out, since Mountain Girl asked about using hemp, if you see that it became, for Egypt, it was the hemp fiber. For the Semitic languages, it was a tent. And of course, tents are made out of canvas. And then, of course, then we get to the Romans, and they switched that from the Greek to the Greek model, which is cannabis with a K, and then changed it to a C, and which is the form that we use now. But then we get the word canvas from cannabis, which is also, so it's kind of backwards. From the symbol, we got hemp, meaning the tents, and then from changing the language, it comes back to being the same fabric. But in any case, so this has a very long history. Let's jump straight to this next thing. Ever since the Neolithic era, there have been people using cannabis, usually burning it and stuff like that. The oils are quite as common as well. And so what I did was I looked at what we had, just a few of these are listed here: Shiva and the Sad, who got using bong, the Scythians having their smoking huts, the Babylonian tree of life, which I point is not it's not the tree of good and knowledge that you talk about in the Bible in Eden. This is the tree of life. And then the Rastafarians today. And so I looked at what was already going on. I didn't want to start a new religion by making anything up. So what I did is I distilled it into this ritual, ceremonial practice, which we now call a Namaste, which is a reference back to the Hindu word, Namaste. And then, so sometimes we call it ganja. We also use the word spleef, honoring. So a lot of the things that we do are related to the other religions. But what we do mainly is we get together into a circle, we recite the creed, we share the herb by circulating a joint. People go into an internal voyage where they have a mystical connection. And then after that, they can say anything that is spontaneously occurs to them that they need to say before they forget. But basically, the next thing we go is to a more profound discussion of what people are doing. You set your intentions at the beginning, of course. And then after this more intense conversation about what your relationship is, then we can do some movement or exercise. And then we close with another circle and a resonant sound. Sometimes it's Om, but we're not dogmatic. So it could be Ma, it could be Ho, it could be any kind of resonant sound. And then the next thing I want to jump to is with some scenes of people in the ceremonies. You might recognize Swami's shirt there in the upper right on the lower side where we share and connect. But basically, we pass the joint off to the right and hold it in the right hand. And I think I'm mirroring my thing, so it may not look like you, but that is again a reference back to the Hindu because of their having the right hand as being more sacred and the left more profane. And we roll joints together. This is a major part of it. The 420, just because it's part of our culture, we like to use that. And I know I'm out of time, so I'm just going to pop straight to the next slide. And the pass and then the joint, obviously. And we look into each other's eyes as you pass the joint, because now you're connecting. You've come up from yourself. Now you're connecting with the person with you in a bigger group. And then we do the Cantheist Creed. I don't have time to read through it, but people can come back and freeze this frame, I would imagine, if they want to take a look at it. The basic thing, though, is that the creed has legal importance that we have a creed, but also the first 3 points of the creed are basically facts, statement of facts. Just, you don't have to have a mystical or any dogmatic belief, it's just fact. And the last 3 are some values. And the last one being to inhale and pass it on, because we want to share this, but without being obnoxious about it and things like that. And then there are some basics that we do in the circle, which is the left hand on the heart. You hold the spleef in the right hand, you pass to the right, you look into the eyes of the person that you're saying Namaste, you say to each other, and then you pass it on, continuing to the right. And so the idea is that what we want to do is to get people to understand these 2 practices of passing and saying Namaste when you pass the joint, and then to think about what these points are in this creed that unites us. And that way it gives people not only the connection to the community and a way of going past all the commercialism today, but it also gives you legal defense in court under various laws that I obviously don't have time to explain right now.
All right, beautiful. Chris, thank you so much. Cantheism, the website for that is cantheism.org.
Yes, or economaste.org. And we also have Canatheism because, as was pointed out by Michael at one of our first events, people are atheists and they still use cannabis as a sacrament. So we don't want to exclude them. So we we alternate the spellings.
Well, great. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for this beautiful exchange here. And we're going to now transition to the next panel, Righting the Wrongs of the Drug War. And Mickey Norris is going to be moderating this panel. I do want to say, stay tuned following was pointed out by Michael at one of our first events. Following this panel, everybody mute, please. We'll have the Cultivation and Genetics exchange about the art and craft of growing. And following that at 5:45 Pacific time, we'll have a beautiful panel on health, wellness, and beauty, and the many applications of the cannabis plant for healing and for health all around. And finally, we'll be finishing up the day with a plant consciousness panel looking at the broader range of nature's agents for our personal and spiritual growth. So right now, I'm delighted to introduce Mickey Norris, who has been active for many years in working for the rights of the prisoners of the drug war, and she'll introduce our distinguished circle here today.
Hi, well, hi everybody. Thank you for inviting me to moderate this great panel. I must say, to segue off of the last segment, that cannabis, the spirit of cannabis, I think has compelled me to become the activist that I am today, to work for social justice and the environment. It really has this spirit that makes people tune into that. So I first learned about all the wrongs of the drug war, I should say, in 1995, when we first, when Chris Conrad and I and our late partner, Virginia Resner, got together and decided to create a photo exhibit about the prisoners of the drug war. and to make that injustice visible. I had quite the awakening, quite the education at that point about how the drug war is operating through the stories of these people caught up in it, how it has shattered so many individuals' lives, so many families, so many communities. And it was just really out of control and also subverting our Constitution at the same point. One thing we learned was the importance of the personal story and showing the faces and making this injustice visible. We found that telling statistics was one thing, and that's important. But the fact that we had so many people in prison seemed to go in one ear and out the other until you really see who is impacted by this whole thing. But where we are today, the drug war is, I should say, a very timely topic for what's going on today with the outrage against racial and social injustice, that the drug war is pretty much a driver of a lot of the racial and social injustice today. It has basically made the US the #1 incarcerator in the world. And like COVID-19, similar statistics, it's interesting that we have 5% of the world's population exhibiting 25% of the infections of COVID-19. We also have 5% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's prison population. And that tells us that something is really wrong with the way our country has dealt with with our drug policies. Basically, currently we have about 40,000 people sitting in prisons on marijuana offenses. There's 2.3 million people incarcerated in our country today. 456,000 of them are drug offenders, and most of them are nonviolent drug offenders. And so I'd like to dedicate this segment actually to the fathers who are sitting in prison today on Father's Day, and these people whose families have been disrupted, their children have been orphaned by the drug war with having their parents subjected to these outrageous mandatory minimums, conspiracy laws, things that came in back starting in the 80s with President Reagan, then who installed these mandatory minimums, these conspiracy laws, the asset forfeiture laws. It was amped up during Clinton, who Clinton put a lot more money into the police and into the prisons, and now, the police forces all have paramilitary equipment, things like that. So I'd say it's time to probably defund the drug war, because we are wasting billions of dollars on a failed policy that is not working, but is really creating a lot of havoc and a lot of social injustice, destroying too many lives. It's also become deadly. We've seen that recently, most glaringly, in the example of Breonna Taylor, who was killed during a no-knock search warrant. And that is something that happens a lot, where people are surprised when the police come in, they knock it down with these battering rams, come into these people's homes. They don't know what's going on. And since we have an armed society, people often start shooting back, and then they get killed, like Breonna Taylor. She wasn't shooting, but she was a victim of this. Also, Donald Scott, back in the 90s, was a Malibu millionaire. The government wanted his property, and they said, they used marijuana as an excuse that they saw plants on his property. So they came in an early morning raid, and they ended up killing him as a result too. There's lots of examples of that. So there are just so many things to talk about. I want to get right into our panelists, but I just want to say one more thing. I just recently watched the film 13th, the documentary. I highly recommend it to all the people watching. It talks about the 13th Amendment that ended slavery in this country. but it left a major loophole for slave labor in terms of like people in prison. And if you're criminalized, they can make you work for them for free and lose all your rights and this and that. It's disenfranchising so many people. And so let me get started. We did this book, Shattered Lives, Portraits from America's Drug War. And if you'll notice, Amy Pova, who is on our panel today, was featured in this because her story was such an egregious injustice. But Amy served she was sentenced to a 24-year sentence on conspiracy charges, and she served 9 years in prison. So she has definitely personal experience with what's going on. And until she got clemency from President Clinton in 2000. So Amy came out. When she got out, she knew she had to make it her mission to help the people left behind in prison. And she formed the Can Do Foundation, which she is the president of now. And their focus at this point, aside from helping people with clemency petitions, she's helping people with compassionate releases during this time when the prisoners are held captive in these institutions that are also can become a death sentence because there's no chance for social distancing, all that, but they are in these prisons that they're much more vulnerable to infection and even death as a result of these infections. So these non-violent, low-level offenders, some of them are getting death sentences now. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce Amy Pova. She also is a filmmaker. She did 420, the documentary. And but she has been such a tremendous asset and voice for the people left in prisons today. So welcome, Amy.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate Earthdance sponsoring this wonderful platform so that we can all come together and weigh in, especially on the wrongs of the drug war. I stand on the shoulders of people like you, Mickey, Chris Conrad, and Virginia Resner, who, as I was going to point out, put me on the book of Shattered Lives. And I'm a testament to the fact that advocacy works. I am certain that I would not have received clemency if it had not been for the Herculean effort of so many people putting my story out there, because David France, who is an Oscar-nominated documentarian, saw my story and wanted an exclusive to write about it for Glamour magazine. After Glamour magazine wrote up my story, which included Kimba Smith, Serena Nunn, and several other women, additionally to my own personal case, we got over 16 politicians to support my clemency by writing to the pardon attorney at that time, Roger Adams. But even still, it took 2 senators from Arkansas to take my case directly to President Clinton, because the office of the pardon attorney is buried inside the Department of Justice. So it lives inside Department of Justice. They have to turn over all of their recommendations to DOJ, and we now know that the Department of Justice listens heavily to the opinion of their prosecutors. So it's a conflict of interest. And I personally know that in my own case, the Clinton administration asked for my petition and the pardon office would not send it over. We have somebody who is on our advisory board, Sam Morrison, who explained to me that he became the whistleblower who worked there for 13 years, and that the pardon, one of the caseworkers did not like my story because it made DOJ look bad. Well, my suggestion is, if the Department of Justice doesn't want to look bad, maybe they should prosecute cases differently. In my case, the kingpin was free. They gave him a plea bargain sweetheart deal, and he got 3 years probation for snitching everybody out. And they didn't like that story out there. Well, that's the way it works. They often say that we need mandatory minimums, and we need these tools to force the low-hanging fruit, the small people, to help us get the bad guys. That's not true. They often give a deal to the so-called bad guy, which can be a kingpin or whoever, if they're willing to cooperate. And those are usually the people who have the most information. There's a term, first in, first out. The first one to sing gets the best deal. And that's my personal experience. So I want to thank you for being an absolute iconic figure in this movement, as you and Chris have been for many years. And I also want to say that after I got out and started the Can Do Foundation, it wasn't until Obama started Clemency Project 2014 that our organization kind of got thrown into the spotlight, if you will, because we were the only organization that was focusing on clemency that was a nonprofit. And during that time, we helped 44 women who received clemency. Only 105 women out of 1,715 people received clemency from President Obama. But we did a full court press at the end of his term, where we got a letter published in Business Insider calling for them to revisit some of the denials. Alice Marie Johnson was one of them that we were upset about, but we saw so many good people being denied because DOJ listens to their prosecutors. We also helped over 30 men who received clemency during the Obama era. But then when Trump came in, we didn't give up. We were devoted to continuing with the clemency process. As everybody knows, Alice Marie Johnson has become a big figure with that, thanks to Kim Kardashian, who saw a video. And we had 3 recently receive clemency. Crystal Munoz was one of the pot offenders that we've advocated for. We have some good news in that Craig Cecil, that a lot of people have helped and advocated for, who was a pot lifer, came home on home confinement. So right now there's 3 avenues for people to get home: clemency, compassionate release, and home confinement. The BOP is dragging their feet on the home confinement ones, but we've had several people on the website receive home confinement that we're including Craig Cecil. And we've been successful in 4 compassionate releases recently. Richard Lynn, Daryl Hope, Alyssa Castillo, they were all lifers. And a lot of people said that lifers probably wouldn't get a compassionate release. That's not our experience. We're currently helping Michael Peltier, who's a lifer. He's a paraplegic, and the judge appointed counsel in that case, which is rare. They don't normally appoint counsel. We hope that's a good sign. But we just need to encourage everybody to find their lane, lift all of it, all ships rise with the tide. We have a change.org petition to free all the pot prisoners. We also have a website. We have a guardian angel program. And I just want to say thank you so much, because advocacy does work. And I'm proud to be on this panel with other wonderful advocates as well, many of whom that I've worked with and communicated with. And so thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy. Everybody can go to candoclemency.com to find out more about her work. Next up, I'd like to introduce another former POW, Stephanie Lynda, who served 5-year mandatory minimum for medical marijuana. She didn't have that medical marijuana defense in court because it was at the federal level. But anyway, she has Stephanie has a wonderful project called Freedom Grow, where she's been supporting the prisoners in prison by giving them financial assistance, by helping them making their time more comfortable in prison. So Stephanie, why don't you tell us what you're up to and what you think are some of the rights that need to be, the wrongs that needed to be righted.
Thank you very much, Mickey. Well, I went to prison after getting permission from San Francisco to grow medical marijuana. And then they came and raided us and turned us over to the feds. And of course, Chris was our expert witness. And, you know, he did the best he could do. He didn't realize that this was just fixed and we were going to jail for 5 years. So we went to jail. And when I was in prison, I realized, oh my God, you need money when you're in here. You cannot be in prison without money. And if you are, you're doing very hard time. So I started my Freedom Grow, and I beg people for money and they donate it. And then I give it to the prisoners. Today I went to the mailbox and put in $50 for each pot prisoner that we take care of. And fortunately, Amy is getting them out. I mean, here's a picture of Craig, and it says free on his poster because he's free right now. And so Amy is just, we're giving them money while they're there and praying that Amy is getting them out. So, geez, I don't even know what to say. It's just so horrible that it's Father's Day and all these
Are you
fathers.
hearing anything from the prisoners about the conditions right now, or are they under special restrictions?
They're under terrible restrictions. They're locked down most of the time. They get out for maybe an hour every day, and then they have to take a shower, make a phone call, maybe make a phone call. The lines are really long, and the emails aren't coming as often. And there are people dying in prison of the, of the virus because they're all locked in together. When I was in prison, I just couldn't even believe I was there. I was just like, I'm Jewish and I love pot. What am I doing here? Like, there was no one else there like me. And it was difficult. It was very difficult because pot prisoners, every single one of them are saying, what is going on? Why am I locked up? So it's always been that way, even before it was totally legal. It was, when I was in prison, I thought I got permission to do this. And so I just didn't understand. And it's torture. After the first time you're strip searched, that's it. Your whole life has changed. This is not something that just happens. And everyone that's in for pot, not everyone, but most everyone would never, ever do any other crime. They're in because they love pot. And this is a way of life for them. It isn't just, oh, well, I like pot. For me personally, I started smoking when I was 13. And I was in and out of the hospital for stomach problems. And then when I started smoking pot, it just took away my stomach problems. I wasn't nauseous all the time. I wasn't wanting to throw up from the food because my digestion was working in 1 hour instead of 7 hours, and the marijuana slowed it down. So here I am, 74, and I don't have those stomach problems anymore. So it's a dicey thing. I'm telling you, it's not anything that anybody it's just not anything that you can understand. When you're in prison, the feeling of being in prison for pot, you can't understand why you're being tortured.
Thank you, Stephanie. Stephanie, you also have a pen pal program that you connect prisoners to have some kind of connection with the outside, give them even more support. So we honor the work that you're doing with Freedom Grow, freedomgrow.org. Check it out. And
thank you, Nikki.
Next up, I'd like to bring up Steve D'Angelo, who I think I met through Ecolution, one of the first hemp businesses during the hemp revival back in the very early 90s. And Steve has become a preeminent leader in the cannabis industry. He's a lifelong activist, author, Cannabis Manifesto, educator, investor, entrepreneur. He's been out there for decades. His most notable achievements include Harborside Health Center, wonderful model kind of dispensaries, and there's 6 of them now. And it's publicly traded on the Canadian Securities Exchange. And Steve Hill Laboratory, the First Analytics Company, the ArcView Group. And he's just a very dedicated activist, and he now has the Last Prisoner Project that he founded in 2019. And he's also launched his podcast, Radio Free Cannabis. So Steve, tell us more about the Last Prisoner Project. It sounds fascinating. And how we can help prisoners get out.
Thanks so much, Mickey. And I'd like to recognize at the outset the work that you have done, the work that Amy has done, the work that Virginia did, the work that Chris did, the work that has gone on for a long time. I was so inspired by Shattered Lives, I'll tell you the story of how I decided to launch the Last Prisoner Project. But as I tell that story, I'd like you to keep in mind that no doubt there already planted in my consciousness was a seed that had been planted by you and Chris and Virginia back in the 90s, because what you did with Shattered Lives was put a face on the statistics. I decided to launch the Last Prisoner Project in 2017. This was after the voters of California had passed Prop 64, and we knew that we were headed towards a for-profit cannabis industry in California. And I, like many of the legacy cannabis operators in California at that time, was going up to Toronto, the capital of cannabis capital, seeking capital, trying to figure out how we were going to transition our businesses into this for-profit market. And I found myself at the top of a very impressive skyscraper in the financial district in Toronto, sitting at a very long conference table with some of the most important people in the Canadian capital markets. And spread in front of us were spreadsheets, were business plans that envisioned cannabis on a vast scale, hundreds of millions of dollars, tons and tons of cannabis. And it had been a pretty good day. Everybody was feeling pretty good at that table when my phone started buzzing. And I looked down, I saw it was my buddy Chuck, who was serving 4 years in a Pennsylvania correctional facility for smuggling, conspiracy to smuggle 14 pounds of weed from California to Pennsylvania. And I stepped out to take the call, and like every call that you have with a friend in prison, it's a grim call. It's hard to talk to your friends when they're there in that situation, and it affects you. So when I walked into the conference room after the call ended, I was really feeling that connection with Chuck. And I looked around the table and I was just struck by the disparity between what was going on with my friend Chuck and what was going on at that table, where absolutely nobody had any fear whatsoever about being arrested, about going to prison ever. And the amounts of cannabis we were talking about were magnitudes greater. And so I knew in that moment I had to do something, that I could not be one of the people that was building a business legally on the outside, and know that my friend and tens of thousands of other people, we didn't know how many then, of course, disproportionately Black and brown people, were going to be sitting in prison. One of the experiences that I had during Prop 64 was to see the horse trading that happens around initiatives and legalization. And unfortunately, in none of the legalization measures that have been passed, voter initiatives or legislative, has there been any provisions for the release of our cannabis prisoners. And so that's why we relaunched the Last Prisoner Project. Mary can tell you a little bit more about what we do. Because I have this unique history of both having been a cannabis prisoner, I am a convicted cannabis felon. I've seen that side of the bars, and also playing a leading role in the development of the legal industry. I felt that I had both the moral obligation and a remarkable opportunity to do good here, because if we can just carve off 1 or 2 or 3% of the money that this legal industry makes globally, not only can we bring home every single one of our 40,000 cannabis prisoners in the United States, I believe that we can bring home every single cannabis prisoner on the planet.
Thank you, especially now that we do have some legalization, a lot of legal medical marijuana, and there's still people sitting in prison for doing those things. So thank you, Steve, for taking this on. Yeah, and let's get to Mary and get more information about what the Last Prisoner Project is up to. Mary is a Maui-based activist. Aloha, Mary. And she's the managing director of the Last Prisoner Project. And in addition to her activism work, she produces the Maui Yoga Festival and Maui Cannabis Conference. So tell us more about the Last Prisoner Project.
Yeah, hi everybody. It is truly my honor to be working as the managing director of Last Prisoner Project. I've been in the cannabis industry for half my life. It's been 19 years now, and I've seen everything change. And the fact that, you know, it's practically legal across the nation now, but there's over 40,000 people still behind bars is devastating. So as we do our work and as I'm reaching out to kind of cannabis industry leaders, I share with them that I feel that it's we should all have a moral obligation to help the people who are still incarcerated. And so, you know, thank you, Miki, thank you, Stephanie, thank you, Amy, for all of your work, all of these years doing this work. It's so monumental what you guys have already done. And I feel that this current movement with the Black Lives Matter movement is really putting all of this in the forefront. And I feel that it's all setting the stage where real change can happen, and that it's going to happen really soon. So Last Prisoner Project, we feel that we, as a nonprofit organization in the cannabis industry, that we have the prisoners on our minds all the time. As there's other organizations helping with policy such as MPP and SSDP, and they have helped, you know, create more legalization with cannabis. But we feel that as Last Prisoner Project that we should all have a seat at the table, advocating for the prisoners as laws are now kind of being updated as we move forward. One of the ways that we are working to release prisoners is actually a little different than what's happened in the past, is we're actually coming at it from the state level as well. So that looks as we are working with governor's offices in order to creating basically a new category of clemency specifically for nonviolent cannabis offenders to help people who are serving state level sentences, because there are people serving life sentences at the state level. For example, there's Fate Winslow. Fate Winslow is serving a life sentence for 2 dime bags. He literally made $5 off the sale. And it's just, you know, these stories need to be shared over and over, time and time again. I share their stories with these CEOs of these massive cannabis companies, and a lot of them have never heard these stories before. And so they need to be heard. They need to be shared. I always remind everybody that we feel that these amazing, brilliant minds who are locked away for the time being, that they're victims of unjust laws, and that they really need to be looked at as such. Yeah, thank you for letting me share.
So are you actually reaching out to these CEOs to donate to your project? Is there some kind of project where it actually they get some kind of certificate or something where they shows that they are giving back to helping the person get out?
Yeah, definitely. We have a couple different programs. So one of us called Partners for Freedom. There's different incentives for different levels of donation, but one of them is if they pay a monthly donation to help us do the work that we're doing and create the programs that so we do have a clemency initiative, actually getting people released. And then our other program is helping them to rebuild their lives, which is our reentry program. And that program is basically creating pathways to employment in order to hopefully lower those recidivism rates. But for cannabis companies who want to come on board to support, we've got Partners for Freedom. There's an incentive, it's a monthly donation with a year-long pledge, and they can actually put our Last Prisoner Project logo onto their brand packaging, which signals to consumers that their brand gives back. And that they're socially responsible company. So that's been popular. We also have another program called Roll It Up for Justice. That is for retail partners. And so basically allowing customers and consumers to donate at checkout. And that can be for e-commerce sites. That can also be for brick and mortar stores, dispensaries, head shops. So there's a couple options, ways for people to get involved. And then above and beyond that, volunteers, of course. And I love that Stephanie's been doing the Pen Pal program. I feel that it's so important for the prisoners to have correspondence. They're lonely, they've lost touch with their families. Getting a letter can be that push that they need to keep going for however much longer they need. So it is really important to make sure that they are not forgotten, that their stories are shared, and that we continue to work towards their freedom.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you. So we only have about 9 minutes left. So why don't we go around and say what you think? What is one thing what wrong you would like to make right, and how can we do it? Should we start with Amy?
Sorry, have to unmute. It takes a while to unmute. Well, I would like to first say that, media exposure, as I mentioned in my situation with the Glamour magazine article, we try to get media exposure for the people on our website. And so for anybody listening, if you know a journalist, we continue to make those connections and have done so quite often. But it's so important to support. When people come home, they have to support the organizations that supported them while they were in. And sometimes I think that, I know people get excited, but even a shout out on social media, Stephanie has put money on the books of people for years. And I don't think she gets enough credit for that. I just got to give her a boost there, because it's important for people to remind those who may not know who supported them while they were in, and what it meant to them, whether it's in a testimonial or whatever. So, I really just want to say what I think is important. We have a Guardian Angel program that also pairs people. There's email. So if people don't want to write a letter, we can sign you up on cord links and you can communicate with prisoners. But I really want to see the end of the drug war. All this incremental criminal justice reform always gets watered down. We get played. It's horrible. And if you study the drug war, you'll know it started with racism during the Nixon era. It's a racist policy that has continued. And this is the time right now to say we're done with the prosecutorial misconduct, the ghost dope, the conspiracy law, the plea bargains, the trial penalty phase. All of it is horrible. And most of the politicians in DC have acknowledged it. But guess what? They're too chicken to put something on the books to say, like you said, defund. I even like that better than saying in the drug war. That seems to fall on deaf ears. So how about defund it? I like that a lot. And that's what should be done.
Thank you, Amy. Who'd like to go next? Stephanie?
Sure. Hi. I think that everyone should at least give $1 to freedomgrow.org, because we need more money. And when you're in prison, you need money. You have to call your kids. There's no money. And if you're in for life, like a lot of people are, you've run out of money 20 years ago. So it's really important for you to give me money and let me put it on their books, or put it on their books yourself. You could just go to freedomgrow.org and get their names. So it's important to have money when you're in prison.
Definitely, especially because the prison system totally rips off the prisoners with the super expensive phone calls, that the surcharges they throw on that. That's a wrong that needs to be righted as well, is to end those surcharges and make it so expensive that people can't even keep their connections going with their families and loved ones and friends and stuff. So
Right.
Steve, what do you think?
I think there's so many wrongs in the world. It's a very difficult question, but what we're focusing on at Last Prisoner Project right now is gaining the release of Michael Thompson, who's currently incarcerated in his 25th year of a 40 to 60 year cannabis sentence for 3 pounds of cannabis. And Michael has 2 petitions that are sitting on Governor Whitmer's desk, a clemency petition and a compassionate release petition. The prosecutor's office that originally prosecuted Michael in the 1990s, the Flint prosecutor's office, has endorsed his release, and Governor Whitmer is sitting on it. The only reason that Michael is not free now is because Governor Whitmer won't sign his petition. Michael's 68 years old. He has underlying conditions that make him more susceptible to COVID, and he is in a prison in which COVID is present and rampant. So we are asking everybody who has a little bit of extra time to get in touch with Governor Whitmer's office, to get in touch with the parole board in Michigan, and let them know that we are not asking anymore. We are demanding the immediate release of Michael Thompson before his already outrageous sentence turns into a death sentence.
Thank you. Yes, I hope everybody does that. Mary?
Yeah, I'd like to say, and I feel that it's really important for people who are business owners to be sure to hire people who have passed, hire people who have felonies on their records. People need jobs. That is a really, really important. When I'm having talks with people in the cannabis industry who say that they want to make a difference, that's one of the first things I ask them to do is please be aware and hire people who have passed. Something that we're really working on in the future is we want to work, as we're working with more and more governors' offices, updating the laws so people who have passed with cannabis, so they can work with plant touching cannabis companies that want to hire them, because that is something, there's a barrier to entry. If you have a past record with cannabis, now they won't let you work even in the legal cannabis industry, which is a travesty, because those are the people who are pioneers of the industry. They're actually full-on experts. And the fact that they're blocked from entering that, now the legal cannabis industry, is another travesty on top of things. So that is one of the wrongs that we can right, is by letting people work within the industry. They are the experts.
Thank you. All great ideas. I would say that since we're reimagining the police, we can have a time to reimagine our drug policies and switch it from a criminal issue to a public health issue, and put the money towards, if people are having problems with drugs, get them the help they need. Because one thing we've learned is that prison is not helping people. It's not helping our country. It's subverting our constitutional protections, our human rights, in this country and around the world as well. So I'd like to see that, really, we had the First Step Act. It's time for a Second Step Act, or a final step act of getting us out of this drug war mindset and all the billions of dollars. We don't have a lot of money right now. This country is, we shouldn't be spending it in this way, just ruining people's lives. So there's a much better way of dealing with this. So I'd like to thank you all so much for your participation. Thank you so much for all the wonderful work that you are doing and continue to do. I wish you the best of luck. And I think it's time for me to turn over the panel to Nikki, is it?
That's right. We're
taking it.
Thank you so much, Mickey. That was tremendous. Steve, Amy, Stephanie, Mary, beautiful, beautiful, full story. Hopefully it will inspire a lot of action. So I want to remind everyone before we go into the next panel on cultivation and genetics, that this event is a gift economy event. We don't have sponsorship. We don't have ticket sales. All of the artists, all of the speakers, and even us, the producers, have basically gifted this. And this is the way a number of these events are going these days, because we rely on those of you who are enjoying and benefiting from the event to gift back to the speakers, to the artists, to the producers, and to these many causes, such as those mentioned on the panel here today, and the others today. So please take a look on the earthdance.tv website. Introduce my friend Nikki Listretto, who's going to share with us a little bit about her experience with cultivation and introducing our esteemed panel for the next 35 minutes. We're going to hear some great insights.
It's an honor to introduce this incredible panel that we have for this, and that it's about genetics, because that's where it all starts, is with genetics, and it couldn't be more important. I live on a ranch up here in Mendocino County in the heart of the Emerald Triangle, where we grow some of the best cannabis in the universe, I would say, and so I'm constantly surrounded by it, not just in this picture here, but it's my life. And I'm very proud to announce these people that are going to be on this panel, because they're all just geniuses in their field and have certainly been inspirations to all of us. And that would start with Will Grinnell, who's going to be moderating this panel a lot. And Will is actually in Hawaii on the island of Maui, growing some of that pakalolo over there and breeding. Will is an amazing breeder, and he's got a breeding company there that he's going to tell you all about. It's pretty amazing, and he's working on deep gene genetics, and he's also very involved with Earthdance. So Will's a real part of our family, and great to be represented in the cannabis world from Hawaii today. And then I can see Ed Rosenthal's here. Hello, Ed. Haven't seen you in a while. And Ed is, a longtime advocate for our causes here. He wrote one of the very first books back in the 70s about growing cannabis. And most recently, his book has been about marijuana harvest, that he wrote with David Downs. And that's a fountain of knowledge. And Ed is a fountain himself. And so we'll look forward to hearing from Ed. And now I can see also dear Josh and Kelly from Dragonfly Earth Medicine. Oh, this is just a treasure trove of people here. And Josh and Kelly are checking in from Oregon, I'm imagining, unless they're in Canada. They move around, and they and they represent. They are co-founders of Dragonfly Earth Medicine, which is just really it's what inspires us all about regenerative agriculture. That they're really a moving force in this movement, specifically around regenerative agriculture and cannabis. And just, we love them to death. So glad to see them here. They always have amazing things to share. And then over here, the last but not least, we've got Nat and Ben. All right, Nat, great to see you. All right, we're happy to say that here at our Swami Select Gardens this summer, we're growing, let's see, we've got 4 kinds of Humboldt Seed Company seeds that we're growing. So these guys all represent Humboldt Seed Organics, and they just do amazing breeding as well right here in the heart of the Emerald Triangle up in Humboldt County. And the 4 that we have are looking awesome already, I have to tell you. I can't wait to see what that freak show is going to do. It's the most unusual looking plant I've ever seen. And I'm very curious to know about that, and curious to know what you guys are going to all say. So let's get it started. And Will, I'm going to turn this over to you to start asking some questions from a breeder's point of view.
All right. Thank you, Nikki. Aloha. Aloha, everyone.
Yes,
Okay. Well, what an honor to be a part of this panel, just in any way, form. And Ed, Ben, Josh, and Kelly, we had a magical time in Honolulu not too long ago, right as this pandemic was starting to come around. We were all out mid-February for the Hawaii Cannabis Convention all together. And I look at those memories, I cherish those memories. I look back at them all the time, because whoever knew, hindsight's 20/20. We thought maybe we'd have normal days ahead, be going to restaurants together,
And, now life has changed globally. And just looking back in those times, because right on that weekend, it was really starting to happen, mid-February, and we were all aware. We had, I remember we all showed up to the booth, and each of us had like 3 or 4 hand sanitizers. So we had this arsenal of hand sanitizers and stuff. So yeah, today we're going to talk about genetics and the lineage of cannabis, past, present, and future. And Ed, I know the other day we started a great conversation going, way back a couple thousand years to the Indochina origins of cannabis. And, really there's the very few strains that we really started with. And at the end of the day today, truly, that's really, those cultivars are really what we're all working with. And we're just breeding different phenotypes of the indica or sativa or ruderalis, which now the autoflower has become very popular. And, I'd like to just open the floor with that, if we maybe even continue where we were, Ed. And I don't see Ben or Nat on my panel, but you guys are there, right?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hey, there you are. Nat, how are you?
Good, all right.
Right on.
I just invite Don Carlos happened to be here at the farm, and so I thought he might want to say hi to everybody because it's Earthdance, and
Yes, I to each and every one of you. Wisdom is the best of knowledge, and we are here, to show that and give that to the people. Which meaning that herb is the healing of the nation. And it's the medicinal use from all human. So, we just wanna, give a shout out to you all for really keeping up the vibes and, spreading the message and letting the people know the truth about this plant,
Right on. Don, it's great to see you. I haven't seen you in years. You're looking good. Oh, you're looking real good.
Thank you, my brother.
Cannabis is keeping us all fit.
I know.
Thank you, my brother. Thanks.
He puts me to shame. And then my good friend Monique as well is in the house. Monique represents a ton of NorCal brands and farmers, local farmers. But I just wanted these guys to say hi, and I'm ready to keep it.
Aloha.
Bless it.
Yeah. Don, you've been missed out here. We got to get you back here to Maui soon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm longing to be there again.
Right on.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother.
Okay. So, Ben, I didn't see Ben, but Nat, do you want to have any comments on, the past lineages?
Yeah, I didn't mean to tangent, but I fully hear what you and Ed are talking about. I mean, it brings me back to how I think the name ganja came from the Ganges River. Does everybody agree with that? Because
no, I don't agree with that. No, I believe it's just the name. It's a Sanskrit word for cannabis is what it is.
Ganja?
But I don't think it comes from the Ganges River. But they often water it with water from the Ganges River.
Cool.
Well, yeah, you guys should start it off, really, I think.
Okay. Well, I'm fascinated with all aspects of the genetics. I started farming cannabis with intention in 1973 and never looked back. And, what I do look back at is those genetics from the 70s, the early 70s and all through the 80s, because there really wasn't the whole hybrid thing going on. It was more of what we called sock drawer seeds, just, seeds from our uncle's sock drawer or, some old lineage, or maybe we knew a traveler. My sister was an older hippie. And so a lot of her friends were doing, traveling in Nepal at that time, and they would bring back some genetics. And that was the first really, really good weed that we could grow in New England. That's where I grew up. I was back in New Hampshire and Massachusetts at the time. And it was really hard to find an acclimated strain because we were getting a lot of Thais and Colombians and stuff like that coming in. And so we tried growing them in the 45th parallel, and a lot of times it wouldn't complete flowering. And then all of a sudden, these seeds were coming through from northern India, Ladakh. I remember some of the first seeds I grew. A traveler friend of my sister's had passed on the seeds to her. She wasn't really a farmer at the time, so I got them. I was a 12-year-old, and ended up growing those. And that was the first real acclimated strain, because obviously those were from near the 45th parallel, and they just boom popped that year. And that's when I learned about breeding, because we said, oh gosh, this one plant, you know, how we got to recreate it. What do we do? Well, pretty simple. We keep a few of the males around, and there we had it. We had our next generation for the next season, because back then, of course, we were only growing outdoor and guerrilla style too, of course, you know, way hidden, far away. And that was, that's my story that I want to jump into. I wanted to also welcome Josh and Kelly. Are you guys there? Because we were all in Hawaii together. We had some spectacular conversations about genetics and older lineages too. We all were looking, you know, into the past and really having some fond memories of those days. Now,
Here's Josh and Kelly.
okay, well, when they come in,
There might be some sort of...
need to unmute.
Now, Nat, I know
Ed needs to unmute.
Nat, I know you're old school, and you know, for a while you didn't go feminized, and you were sticking with regular seeds, and now you've stepped into that a little bit, and you guys have done a tremendous job. And I'm curious about autoflower. You know, I've never worked with an autoflower, and my understanding is it's basically just a ruderalis. Is that correct?
Well, I've kind of come to think that, you know, essentially the sort of the Latin and the way that we try to classify species and you know, all of the subspecies and things like that tends to be a little flawed just in general, and that things don't always fit into a box as much as we'd like them in, you know, in the Latin definition of botany. But really what we've seen is that the auto side worked a lot with salmon, and just an analogy that I saw was there were salmon that traveled upstream in the spring and salmon that traveled upstream in the fall. And I kind of tend to think of autoflowers like, and when they happen to breed together, which was normally, it was in an unnatural situation, like a human anthropogenic, like a hatchery. And we would see these heterozygotes, or fish that would swim up in the middle of summer, and they wouldn't be really successful. But, you know, really the trait that swam up early, you know, it was eventually through enough breeding, they could move them back into a watershed where they were gone. And so I kind of think that the autoflower is something that was, you know, evolved in Siberia apparently. But I think that trait, that you can essentially cut that trait and kind of paste it. And I'm not talking about genetic modification or gene editing or anything, but just through, you know, some very selective breeding, that it seems like we can cut and paste it into a lot of our like really modern, you know, or just generally popular strains that we've got for whatever reason. And so I kind of think, in my opinion, it's come to basically, if it can help us make cannabis with less electricity, you know, less consumption of, you know, all of our resources, and what we want is the flower, and that it gets us to that in the quickest way, and we retain all of the good characteristics that we're after, which I now feel like it is really possible to do that. I think let's go for it. You know, I mean, it's, you know, it's just selective breeding. It's what we've been doing forever. And, you know, we're not big fans of genetic modification or gene editing, but this is just picking your favorite plant. And if it happens to flower really early, or, you know, exactly 3 months, it's later after you germinate, then that's great, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, less of a footprint. I like that concept.
Yeah.
Cool.
We just back from, I'm on the salmon topic because we were just swimming down at our local river, and you know, we got on the subject, and I think, you know, the important thing is one thing that we learned with salmon biology was that there were certain types of fish that no matter what, you couldn't replace them. And if they got lost or went extinct, then it's a travesty because you can't get it back. And I tend to think that because cannabis is so important to humanity and certainly the community on this, you know, festival or whatever, let's do what we can to make sure we keep our old school populations and the, you know, the Jamaican lamb's bread, you know, things like that. And I see Ed's with us. Ed, I know you know a lot about landrace and all the, you know, the evolution of cannabis. So,
well, don't look for land races in the places where they originated, because any place where there was intercourse with Europeans or Americans, that those land races have been hybridized with more modern varieties. And that includes virtually all of Jamaica, whether the farmer intended that or not, because pollen travels. And there's been a lot of changes in the cultivars that were there like 40 years ago and the ones that are there now, because they've all been mixed. And the only place where you'll find like a pure Jamaican is in a collector's seed bank.
Yeah.
And the same thing for Moroccan and I don't know, probably Afghani, though I'm not sure about that. But other places too, where anywhere where it was where people Westerners traveled, there was gene exchange.
Thank you, sir. That's so true.
I mean, and you can't blame the farmers. For instance, when I went to Jamaica many years ago, my host took me to this tea shop, and I had some joints that rolled from material from Europe that was grown in Europe and in the Netherlands. And I lit up a joint, and I was mobbed by all the farmers there who wanted to hit off the joint, but also wanted seeds. And you know, if you can improve your stock, you don't think about so much about preserving the land race, because usually the land races were not as potent as the. I couldn't get high 40 years ago. I couldn't get high off the hash there. People would say it's good Moroccan, and I would think that that was a contradiction in terms. So, but when I was there 2 years ago, that had changed. And there's one particular province there, Katama, where it's legal, and up to the border of the province, the only agricultural product that they grow is cannabis. And then you step over the province line, and it's normal farming, alfalfa and other crops, figs, olives, different things, but no cannabis. But this one province, Katama, and it's populated by Berbers, and the Moroccan flag doesn't fly in that province, but there's a Berber flag that flies there. And so they don't mess with they don't mess with the problems. Yes?
You know, I was just going to say, I have to agree with you, Ed, on that. I always thought Afghani was the way to go back then.
Yeah.
The Moroccan just didn't quite pack that punch you were looking for. But I'm so happy to see that Josh and Kelly have made it back. Can you unmute yourself so you can join us in here?
Yes, yes, we are here. Sorry about that. All of a sudden had a
Great.
computer glitch right at the wrong moment. So
Yeah, Mercury's retrograde. We understand.
there you go. We made it back.
Big aloha. It's great to see you both.
Yes,
Thank you so much
Mom.
for joining us.
Yeah, we feel so honored to be here, and you know, a lot of what you all are. We missed some of what you were talking about, but I guess Josh, you actually had something to say.
No, just I just want you know, we give thanks to cannabis, and it's been, you know, a major driving force in our life through our whole consciousness and our whole desire to connect with nature and our whole desire to be radical and be self-reliant and you know, buck the system and choose herbalism. You know, cannabis was a catalyst, and in that way it was our gateway towards self-reliance. And I love this cannabis community and in a global fashion too, because we've been around as well, but we're not as, you know, we're on the second wave, so we give thanks to our elders.
And that's what I wanted to say, is that, you know, now this mainstream and people are really following a lot of the radical ideologies. And you know, we could go back and talk about the land races, and all of those land races were brought in and rebred by sort of the second generation we have today comes from a really radical you know, stance, not just a, you know, how the seeds even got here. You know, to smuggle seeds from Afghanistan was a really big deal. It took a really activist stance to do that. And I really don't want to let this panel go without, you know, a deep gratitude to all of those people who, you know, who brought in those original seeds, that we really stand on, you know, these giants for us to be able to continue the breeding that we have today. And, you know, my start was 1989. I was up in Alaska, and I was growing 2+ acres with Johnny Appleseed of the original Matanuska Thunderfuck up in Denali. So, you know, as a youthful person, I was working with all elders, you know, on maybe a 5-hour hike way out into the wilderness, and to hear their stories of how the seeds were bred, and to hear you all today is just a true honor to the master plant that we're all honoring today.
So
Right
can
on.
I ask you, what do you guys do with genetics at this point? With Dragonfly, or on your own? Are you actually doing breeding?
Oh yeah.
We've always done breeding since we got up here. And we originally were breeding outdoor British Columbian genetics that were early finishing and got done in the end of August to beginning of September because of weather. And there was a lot of variety in those at the time. If you grew a few hundred plants, you could get some ruderalis or some more haze style or some more time warpy, you know, British Columbian kind of coastal plants that came in and stuff. But you know, we were growing genetics from the conscientious objectors from the late 60s and 70s who came up here, you know, from California, anywhere in America, that were trying to go beyond McCarthyism and the military industrial complex of cannabis followed them. And we were growing those genetics. Today, what we do is we work on all genetics, including hemp varieties, because we really like to make medicine from hemp and fuse that with other herbs, medicinal mushrooms, and Chinese herbs. And we also breed outdoor varieties that finish in August and September still. But we're using more like lion claw and more auto flowering genetics with more OG flavors in those to enhance the zone. And then also hash varieties, really killer dumping hash varieties.
And the other thing that we're doing up here in BC is we have trees that we're working on old genetics. So a lot of, you know, the industry is going to clean genetics by maybe putting them through tissue culture or giving them more of an allopathic entrance, like, hey, we're going to be able to clean these plants. But what we're doing is we're trying to bring back a lot of the old land races by cleaning them in deep rich microbiology soil, so that we're ridding the plant of tremendous amounts of pathogens, and we're doing it in a more holistic way rather than an allopathic way that uses tissue culture that, you know, we may not be able to rely on. So we're really rejuvenating strains through deep soil microbiology techniques.
Fascinating.
Very
Fascinating. And Will, I have a question for you. Would you say that then, like, for example, what the seeds that you use in Hawaii wouldn't work for us in Humboldt or Mendocino, or for Josh and Kelly up in Canada, or even for Ed where he is in the East Bay? I mean, what would you say?
They work spectacular. We're not equatorial here. We're 22 degrees north, and I have growers in Maine, a lot of growers there in Laytonville on the Woodman side, up in Alder Point, and I'm trying to think the other friend of mine over there. But first season out, I mean, just tremendous results. Matter of fact, you know, a lot of them a few years ago, because about 4 or 5 years ago, I traveled quite a bit. I remember stopping by your place actually when we were doing Reggae in the River. But I spent a lot of time in that community, and I was giving away a lot of seeds. And then I had some clients that purchased some seeds from the Triangle, and they made comment, you know, they only planted like 50 or so, and they said, "Man, I wish we planted more. These are like just robust, and they're going crazy." Because what happens with the seeds that we breed out here is we have a very rich, pathogen-rich air out here, of course, you know, being semi-tropical. And so there's a lot of stuff coming at these plants, and they're building resistance. They're just putting out all that DNA to resist against all that. So, you know, mildew and many different pathogen resistance are created pretty quickly within an F2 sometimes, and certainly within an F3 or F4. So we have amazing results all over the place. The highest I've ever had my genetics grown, I think, is around 55 degrees north. I'm not sure how far north Nelson is, because I have some friends up there who have been growing the strains. And matter of fact, I think Josh and Kelly, my CBD Wonka #3, which is a 1-to-1 ratio, was a 10% CBD, and it is a 10% CBD, 10% THC strain. And that one, I think you guys said, did tremendously up there. How far north are you guys?
We're just below 50 to 51 at 2,500 feet elevation in a mountainous valley. So, and your genetics did really well here. And what we find is we get that special, unique flavor that Hawaii offers in the genetics, you know, coming out here.
And, you know, I gotta just sort of tail in on this, is that when we do get genetics from other people where it's been grown in a really intentional way, living soil, we sort of know where they're coming from, because we get a lot of seeds from everybody every year, and we can only put out a certain percentage to try to find some new phenos that are not part of our own breeding structure and our own genetics. And we really find that people who are giving us intentional seeds that are coming from deep soil and regenerative practices, they do very well right off the bat. And then the indoor genetics that we get, you know, sometimes they're a wash. We direct sow right into our soil. We feel like if they're not going to come up, then they're not necessarily worthy of us to continue breeding in you know, the standards that we do. So yeah, Will, your genetics came up wonderfully, and we've just have been finding that across the board.
They made our fingers sticky.
Yeah, sticky fingers. That's how it all started. Yeah. Cool. So we have, unfortunately, a short panel. We could carry this on for all day, I think, with this group especially. This is awesome. It's like a family reunion. I just wanted to make sure that Ben had a chance. I wanted to say hi, and actually get back to Ed too, and hear his thoughts.
Well, you know, if you look at all the tomatoes that made it to Europe, it represented 3% of the genetics of the tomatoes in the Americas. And that all those varieties came from a very small genetic pool. And I believe that we're missing the main genetic pools, because we will find that diversity of genetics where cannabis originated. And that is the country that I think that you mentioned, the India, Ladakh would be right at the just a short distance from the beginning of the Himalayan foothills, and that whole area. I don't know exactly where in that area it originated, but it traveled the whole length of that area. And I think that it was a question of being both domesticated and then going feral and being domesticated again. And there were a lot of different populations that crossed, the populations crossed what are now called borders. And they went, as far west as, for instance, Pakistan and Afghanistan, and as far east as Mongolia. And that whole area between the domesticated populations and the feral populations there's a tremendous amount of diversity that hasn't found its way into Western marijuana yet.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Michael, how are we doing with time?
We're good. We're perfect. This has been fantastic.
We're wrapping up now. Is that
informative? Yeah, we're ready to go on to our next panel. So, Nikki,
I just wanted to thank everyone. It's awesome. Let's do this again. I'm thinking about starting a thing called Deep Green called Marijuana Mondays. Probably starting at the first Monday of September. So let's get this group back together for that. Oh, nice. Donnie, great to see you. Great to see everybody. And Michael, I guess you can take it from here.
Thank you so much. It's been fantastic, guys.
All right.
All right. Well, we're going to now be joined by 4 panelists addressing the amazing cannabis for health and wellness, and into the value of beauty products and a whole range of wellness from minor stress reduction effects all the way to actually curing cancer. So we're going to hear from Christina Divasonic, sorry, Christina, who is the publisher of Emerald Magazine, is going to moderate the panel. And so here we go. Christina, hi.
Hello, how are you doing?
Really good. We've had a wonderful day of panels and music, and we're delighted to have you all join us. I'll let you go ahead and introduce our panelists and take it away.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here and to be celebrating this festival with you guys. And
Christina, hi.
Hello, how are you? Hi everyone. How are you doing? Hi Tim, how are you? All right, we're working right now. We're getting everyone online. We're getting all the audio online. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I am Christina from Emerald Media Group. I am moderating a panel today on health, wellness, and beauty for the cannabis industry. I'm going to be speaking with some great leaders in the industry today. Andrea Brooks from Sava, which is an online dispensary. I'm going to be speaking with Tim Blake. He's the founder of the Emerald Cup. He's up in Mendocino in the Emerald Triangle. He's got a dispensary under his belt. We're also going to be speaking to Jess Dugan of Ganja Yoga. And so we've got a great line of panelists lined up this afternoon. And I'm grateful for everyone to be joining us today. Awesome. All right. Well, while we're working to get all the audio on, I hope everyone can hear me. Tim, I can see you directly, so I hope you're doing very well over there. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you all right. You're back in New York still, huh?
I'm in Brooklyn, man. We are living it. We are living the dream out here. It's almost 9 o'clock, but it's still very light out. So, you know, we're doing it, you know, all the way through. We're almost in stage 2 or phase 2, I'll say, of reopening. So still working our way through, and still in quarantine, but still, you know, still doing it. So
People are ready. I just heard MJ Biz announced a full show for Vegas in December. So they're just going to plan on, oh yeah, completely opened up, no restrictions at all. So they're moving right into it. And then my friend just opened a dispensary in Tahoe, and he said for 3 weeks it's been business as usual, no masks, everybody just going for it, everything's sold out. And he said there's been no uptick and not one death.
Hey, that's great to hear. You know, I mean, we have to proceed with caution everywhere, but the reality is that we've got to get back to normal. We've got to move our society back to normal. This is not this doesn't work the way that it is right now. It doesn't work for entrepreneurs. It doesn't work for any industry. It doesn't work for the individual consumer. So, you know, slowly but surely we're working our way back into, you know, a sense of normalcy. And so that's good to hear that there are businesses out there that are working towards getting back to what normal, quote unquote, actually is.
As I do want to say, as someone who has had friends extremely sick up in the Tahoe area, I do hope that all places are using masks and all businesses are requiring their staff. I personally don't go out without a mask, but just wanted to, I think it's good that things are opening up, but when I hear of places not using masks after having friends been so incredibly sick, that hurts me.
Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, I myself here in New York City I was sick for about 2 weeks, had about a 2-week recovery. So was down for 4 weeks in total. So it's no joke. It's a real thing. But, you know, as a society and as a community, you know, it's hard. It's hard. You know, you can either go one way or the other, but it's challenging no matter how you look at it.
Look, I'm one of those at-risk people because I understand I have COPD and I'm older, so I would be an at-risk person. And I really do appreciate this is a real illness and whatnot, and it does kill people. But at some point, you have to isolate those people and take the other 95% that are asymptomatic or don't get much effect at all and let society go on. We've never shut down, other than the 1918, we've never shut down society. And at some point, you know, there's tens of millions of people that are dealing with depression, suicidal thoughts, you know, poverty, you know, homelessness coming on middle-class families. And it's like, wow, you've got to go at it. I can say that he said that there are no masks in Tahoe and that it's been going on for 3 weeks and there hasn't been any uptick and not one death. So,
yeah, you know, it's certainly a different scenario for every place. I mean, coming out from New York City, you know, we have the lowest transmission rate, but we did have, you know, the highest rate of COVID victims. So it's all about navigating those waters, looking at the science, looking at the data, and really just, you know, assessing our local community and what we can take on and what we can't take on. And, you know, really asking ourselves like how we can move forward with the pandemic. Is there going to be a second wave? How can we really, you know, move forward? But I think that's actually, COVID is a great segue to, you know, the conversation that we want to have today, which is about all the beneficial, you know, health and wellness benefits of cannabis. I've heard some crazy, you know, not accusations, but CBD can help combat COVID. I don't think there's any scientific proof to that. That is out there, you know, floating around. And so I would love to start the conversation off by asking each of you, you know, how has COVID impacted your business and what is your business going to do moving forward? And Tim, I would love to start with you, and then, you know, Andrea, we'd love to go with you next. And then Jess, if you're on the line, I'd love to hear from you as well. So Tim, tell us, how has COVID impacted your company personally? Sorry, not personally, but how has COVID impacted you guys? And what are you going to do moving forward as we come out of quarantine?
Well, on the event side, we're the last to open up, of course. You got restaurants and whatnot. Then you got live events, of course, people coming together. We're following Vegas. We're following what's happening with the sports and the other entertainment industries. Of course, we'd like to open it up. But, you know, like we're talking about, you've got to be cautious. You got to go about it right. But, of course, with the Emerald Cup, shutting down events and the whole event industry, you're talking about absolute devastation and destruction. And, of course, we can't just open it up arbitrarily. but watching Vegas open up and watching Tahoe open up, we're cautiously optimistic. The thing that we see is that all the studies I've done is that you take in New York, most of the deaths were from nursing homes and from older people in rest homes and nursing homes that shouldn't have been put in there. So if you look at the traditional population, it's not that great, but it has had a great impact on the Emerald Cup event. For us as a dispensary and for our products, not so much, because cannabis is moving really well through the networks throughout California. So that's interesting that it really hasn't. And of course, farmers are still working. But on the event side, we're lucky that we backed the event up for the Emerald Cup this year to March of 2021, because thinking of going in this year would have been tough.
Okay. Andre, I'd love to hear, how has COVID impacted Sava, and what are you guys going to do moving forward into this next, reopening phase?
Yeah, I think being in the cannabis industry, especially if you've been in it for years, I've been in it for a little over 5 years now, which is, nothing compared to others, but it definitely makes you resourceful, it makes you resilient, and you have to be agile and constantly ready to turn on a dime. So when COVID happened, delivery in general spiked. So we had that as well. But again, we had to transition all of our operations extremely fast, which is like the methodology of like both how we work in our depot and adjusting how we get the product to the consumer. So we made sure to be as ahead of it as possible and put really strict protocols in place, which we're still following. So really for us, it's, I think throughout the rest of the year, we'll be keeping with our very strict protocols. Everyone wears masks, our warehouse, there's social distance space. So making sure that we're just keeping abreast of the situation and keeping best practices in place.
Right, and keeping each other safe and making sure all the products are as safe as possible from any contamination, and what that might. I know there's been talk about, can COVID live through the mail? Does it survive on surfaces? And so I can imagine that's something that your company has been dealing with or asking themselves about this entire time.
Yeah. There's a lot of teaching going on all the time. So we just, again, being that there's a lot of unknown information, we still, for now, we're going to just be as conservative as possible. But we, generally, it hasn't slowed down business, but it's an adjustment on our end to keep our community safe.
Well, it's interesting that you would mention, business and whether it slows down or speeds up, because if anyone's been watching the trends in the industry, we've seen that there's been a significant uptick in sales. I mean, edibles have increased by 30%, predominantly by women that are purchasing this product. They're saying that sales across the industry have increased by 65% due to, online sales and shopping. The new norm is almost to purchase online and then drop pickup. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that this is going to be the new industry standard norm, or is the bud tender phasing out? What are your thoughts, Tim?
Well, it's interesting, when they didn't allow the lounges to come in originally, so that people didn't really have the experience, so they had to go pick up their product and then leave immediately. It became easier to do, delivery, because they weren't getting the experience in the dispensary anyway. We always had a dab bar at Area 101, so it was different for us. We just rebelled. But because people have gotten used to that, I think it's going to be harder and harder, because people have gotten used to home delivery and they like it. It comes to your door, you don't have to do it, and you don't get the experience of what do you really do when you go to a dispensary? You have to go in, get your stuff, and in most cases leave. And so nobody gets the real, experiential ability to sit down and be in a lounge anyway. So I think it is going to be the future. And I never thought I would do so much online ordering myself. I'm not one of those people. I support small companies and small businesses, but being shut in, I've done it. And I've got to say, it is pretty easy to just order things and have it show up. I mean, I think, oh gosh, this could become really, the way to go. I still believe in small businesses and bud tenders and teaching and education. So I'd like to see it continue the way it is. And I hope that they really open up the whole lounge process and the interaction with dispensaries, so that it can be much more interactive and, enjoyable.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrea, what do you think about this? I mean, you've been operating in the digital space, for a while now. I mean, now that the consumer landscape is changing, what are your thoughts on the industry going forward in regards to consumer habits or sales?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of small bit, you know, I bootstrapped this company. We're like small female founded, and we've been online based this whole time. Kind of, you know, again, the reason we focused on that is a bit of my background. I was disabled before I started using cannabis, and I required delivery. So I always had an eye on that trend, and that's what my interest was, you know, based on my personal experience. I think the move to online and delivery is going to continue to happen, but I do think, you know, kind of, you know, going back to some of what Tim mentioned, people do need social contact. They do need social interaction. So I think there's always going to be a place for brick and mortars in a general sense. How things bounce back this year based on the economy is tricky. Like I definitely see these purchasing trends continuing, and then people get into a new routine and they stay there. You know, a lot of people don't like change, but I do think there's a place for the bud tenders. There's a place for all of these different experiences. So I hope it, you know, balances out a little bit next year. And then I hope there's, you know, a lot of support for, you know, generally speaking, small businesses of how to take advantage of online ordering and things like that. So it seems like there's been a lot of cooperation in the community in terms of like different businesses helping each other out and sharing tools so that we can remain and can't be helping people with all these things that we're, you know, beauty and health and all these things if we're not all here together and coming together as a community.
Absolutely. And Jess Dugan, are you on the line with us?
Yes, I am here.
Oh, excellent.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome. Jess Dugan from Ganji Yoga. Thank you so much for joining us today. I would love to hear your thoughts on the new consumer landscape. You know, doing yoga, it's a personal experience for people, you know, going from one pose to another, just really become interconnecting with yourself. So, you know, now that the industry is kind of shifting, what do you think about, you know, the bud tender's position in our industry and the unfortunate thought of it getting phased out? How will consumers know what products to pursue if there's no middleman there to really educate them on what their options are or what the industry has going for them? What are your thoughts there?
Unfortunately, I think there's actually a lack of education amongst the bud tenders themselves, and the amount of bud tenders that actually know how to speak and address particularly patients who are seeking out a particular medicine to address whatever it is they have is limited. And so I think that although it is removing a personal connection that is really important to our mental health, it is giving consumers an opportunity to better understand what medicines they need. And I think through this challenge, there's an opportunity to create a new innovative way of educating people. And I think one of the biggest challenge in the consumer world is education. And so while it's challenging to lose that one-on-one connection, and we're seeing a lot of unemployment for people, it's a great opportunity for consumers to really get the power in their own hands to really know what they're doing and how to do it in a good way.
Right. I agree with you. There's so much more need for education out there on just everything from different strains to terpene profiles, products that are on the market. And we really need someone with experience to help guide consumers through that process. And so, you know, we don't have much time. We've got maybe like roughly 10 minutes left, but I really do want to jump into what is facing, you know, America today and our world today with inequality, and how, you know, cannabis and the war on drugs historically has, you know, disproportionately marginalized minority communities. And I want to know what you know, everyone is doing out there to help, you know, overcome this inequality. And I would love to start maybe with Tim and maybe talk about how, you know, your dispensary or how the Emerald Cup is really just working towards recognizing, you know, minorities and communities that have been underserved in cannabis, on the war on drugs, and what we are actively doing within our positions to help shed light in very important areas?
You know, I've always been somebody who's, boy, I have Hispanic family members throughout my family. I have Afro-American son-in-laws and grandkids. I have a Filipino girlfriend. I mean, my whole life is basically very integrated across the board. So with the Emerald Cup, we've never thought of like that. It's just like whoever's best, whatever we can get for the positions, we try to really balance that out. My brother-in-law was captain of Watsonville PD, and he's gone through some serious cancer issues. And now he's really teaching the Hispanic community about cannabis. And so I really wanted to bring him into the cup this year and start bringing that in there. I got an uncle who's a 90-year-old Catholic priest. You know, they're their own minority, and we're having him teach people about what that is. So it's really bringing that in. It's unfortunate the old outlaws like us got put up into the mountains up here, and it was really kind of a for the most part, a white people up here in these mountains hiding out growing cannabis all these years, and there wasn't even very many females involved. So the first thing with us was really bringing the female presence in as much as I could to balance that too across the board. My daughter Taylor's in there. In fact, we probably have more women working on the cup than we do men.
Excellent. Amazing.
You can always, well, I've always felt like, cannabis should be balanced. And the only reason why there wasn't more females involved was because of the dangers. It wasn't because of the lack of abilities as farmers or, educators or, any other abilities. It was just that. Now that we're seeing that come in here, women are taking their rightful place. And I'm really, really honored with that. I do think we got to work harder for the other minorities to come in, and the Cup's talked about that. And really, with us talking about moving to LA, we've really talked about how we can go out and really, really make that a major part of our message. But we've always worked very hard to bring in as much of a balance as we could. So I feel like we've always really been on the forefront of that.
Excellent. That's really good to hear. Now and at all times, it's great to just bring in people of all different backgrounds, men, women, and it's really, enlightening to see companies that are leading the space and setting that example. Andrea, I'd love to hear from you and how Saba is being inclusive and to, shed light on communities that need support right now. What are you guys doing over there?
Yeah, well, I think maybe just kind of bringing it into the current moment and the Black Lives Matter moment, with, in the aftermath of the killing of George Floyd, we took a step back to really think, and what do we need to continue to adjust? That's not just like a performative action. Like, what do we really need to look at with ourselves, and who are we as a company? And for those that don't know me or what we're about, so Saba has 3 female founders. 2 of us are gay. I'm one of the 2. One is Latina. And of the 3 of us, it's been a big focus of our company to make sure that at least 50% of the brands on our platform are women owned. So we've focused a lot on gender equity. We're pushing ourselves to go beyond that. So things that we've made commitments to the community is making sure there's more expansive shelf equity for Black-owned brands, doing anti-racism training for all of our staff, because no matter who we are, we believe, there's more to learn and more to be aware of constantly. And then also making sure that we're consistently giving back to organizations that are working on expungement and especially nonprofits that are also BIPOC led that are working on that fight. So constantly examining what we're doing, and then just kind of wanted to harken back to something that Jess said around the education of cannabis. I just wanted to tie it together a little bit is, when we're talking about, health and wellness, I do think that education piece is really important. So we commit to doing a lot of ongoing training for our staff. And I think that's just in general for the consumer. I would encourage any consumer, no matter where they're located, to, try to understand what either a brick and mortar or online dispensary is doing to educate their staff in a variety of ways. It's, if we're focusing on newer consumers, it's not usually just one touch point that can get someone to try cannabis. They might need multiple places of entry. And I think, bringing it back to the events that Tim does, and also Jess, and reaching out and getting into the wellness sphere, it's a lot of that one-on-one interaction that helps bring people in. And I know Jess does that a lot with her practice.
Yeah.
Going there.
Jess, we'd love to hear from you and how, you're working to incorporate equality within your practice. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I've really been taking a look inwards and working at a micro level with myself and allowing myself to be very uncomfortable, admitting some hard truths. And I think that one of the most challenging feelings as a human is shame. And in order to make progress in this movement, a lot of people have to take accountability in places where they might have chose normalcy or ignorance is bliss instead of facing the truth. And because we are so avoidant to actually tap into shame, we aren't willing to be accountable, I think, in general as a society. So there's a lot of tough conversations that are happening all over the world right now. And the conversations really need to start intimately with ourselves. And for me, this process has really been about, okay, where does inequality exist within me? And where does the inequality exist within the relationship with myself? How am I doing wrong to me? And how does that ripple out to those around me? There's a thing called limbic resonance, and it's the way we experience our emotions internally is experienced by the loved ones around us. And this can be a relationship with our parents, it can be a romantic relationship, it can be with our employees and our customers, right? So I really think there's a ripple effect that comes out and spreads wide, and it starts right here with ourselves. And so that's the work that I've been doing, and it's been very intimate and deep and uncomfortable, and I'm willing to get uncomfortable because that's what's needed right now.
I think that is so honest and insightful, and I appreciate that. And this is an uncomfortable conversation for many of us in the United States and around the world right now. And like you said, shame is a hard emotion to accept and digest. And those of us that have in the past truly believe that they felt shame, it doesn't leave, it sticks with them. And it's about internalizing those feelings and how can we apply that and educate ourselves going forward. And so I really appreciate you bringing that conversation. One thing that I'd like to leave the audience with, and we'll start with you, Jess, is what can we do from this moment going forward in our society and what's going on, the Black Lives Matter movement and the fight for equality and social justice? If you had to leave our audience with one tip, what would it be to further better ourselves, society around us? What are your thoughts?
That's a big question.
I know. Words.
As a yoga teacher and a movement enthusiast, one of the most helpful things for me has been coming into my body. And so if we can be in our bodies, we get to operate with a second set of wisdom. We're not just operating from our head, we're operating from our hearts too. And I think too many people in our world are operating just from the head. So we are more powerful when we are the bridge between the head and the heart, and we're operating from that interface. And so I think that would be my advice. And one of the best pathways to get into the body is through the breath. So a deep breath in and a deep breath out. And if you really want to work it, making sure your exhale's a little bit longer than your inhale. Yeah.
I love it. Andrea, what would you leave our audience with if you had to put something out there?
I just love what Jess said. I just took a big deep breath myself. That's something I've been trying to remember to do as someone who
working already.
I'm always in my head. So I just love what Jess said. And then I guess, God, again, it's a big question, but dealing with, along the lines of shame, also dealing with our fear of change, and that, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of been my personal thing is, sometimes I don't want to say the wrong thing and I might hold back, and, we have to be afraid to make mistakes and keep moving forward and keep our voices out there while we're balancing by being in our bodies.
Right. So just being vocal and being present and put yourself out there, even if it may not be 100% the correct, but really just being active in the moment and putting yourself out there and being open to feedback I think that's fear is, oh no, I'm saying the wrong thing. Are they gonna not like me? Am I on the outs now? And really, just the fact that you take that step ahead and put yourself out there really does speak volumes in the movement. So I love what both of you have said. Tim, I would love to hear what your thoughts are on leaving the office with, you know, an action step to move forward.
I love what Jess was talking about. I've been meditating for 47 years. I think it's about education, and it's about really coming together as a society and realizing that we have not made ourselves a thriving society through our diet, through the drugs that we take in, through the pressure from the low income pay that we've got, the inequalities. All of it has put so much pressure on everybody. The middle class is gone, and we have this very much divided. We're really, the way to get this is to have the French Revolution and go in there and really start over, because we need to rebalance our whole society. Because as long as there's so much pressure on individuals, there's too much coming at everybody, and it just has to spill out. That's why you see all this with the protests and everything else. There's just angst all over the place. So we need to get back to being a thriving society. And to really do that, we're going to have some serious conversations about education and whatnot. But I look at the meditation, the breathing, the better food, all the things that we need to do to make people healthier so that we can actually be more at peace, because it starts with the inner peace. And there's very little inner peace in our society. I mean, third world countries around the world are much more peaceful internally than we are. We've been really put through the ringer, especially in this country, and it's got to change, because you can't tax people that much emotionally, physically, spiritually, or whatnot.
Right. Something has got to change. And I agree. And I love what everyone has brought to the conversation. And I thank everyone for being here with us, and for all the viewers out there for tuning in. Thank you so much for your wisdom. Thank you so much for being a part of this. I think we're all towards the same direction, and we all have the same common goal. And so I thank you all for being a part of this. And I look forward to seeing you again on this journey down the road, you know, as we all continue to travel the path. So thank you all so much. And Michael Ghazni, I'm going to turn the mic back over to you, and thank you for having all of us.
Yes, Christina. Wow. Thank you so much, you guys. How deep, how beautiful. I don't have anything else to say. So,
thank you.
By the way, there's well over 20,000 viewers for our Medicine Wheel program today going on. And I'm sure there'll be many people watching the replay of it. So thanks for your vital contributions to this transmission, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to now transition into our final panel, which is on plant consciousness. So we're going to go perhaps a little deeper even into our inquiry into the higher dimensions of Mother Earth. And we're going to be joined by Eric Sinclair and Jasmine Verdi, and we're lucky to have Mountain Girl rejoining our final panel for this wonderful discussion. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Eric Sinclair, who has been a chronicler of the psychedelic into the higher dimensions of been going through for many years, and it's an exciting time right now as we'll be learning in this thoughtful discussion for the next 45 minutes. Welcome, Eric.
Hi, Michael. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're on. You're beaming out.
Great. Thanks for having me. Hi, I'm Eric Sinclair, and let's see. I've been writing the Stuff Stoners Like blog for about 15 years now, documenting the changing cannabis culture, as well as what's happening with other plant medicines like mushrooms and other entheogens and psychedelics. And today we're talking about consciousness expanding plants that have existed for thousands of years and are just now re-emerging in the spotlight. It's a really exciting time. I'm excited to have these panelists, and I'm excited to be here. So many people believe that psychedelics, they've kind of played this key role in human evolution. And there's no question that psychedelic therapy offers all these great benefits for treating things like stress and anxiety and PTSD and other psychological issues, you know, and there's this fascinating renaissance underway and soon to be legal therapeutic applications. So let me introduce our panelists. We have Ed Rosenthal. He's written about cannabis for decades and has sold a couple million grow books. And he's also published a couple mushroom grow books, including a famous one by Terrence and his brother, Dennis McKenna. We also have Carolyn Mountain Girl Garcia. She was speaking a little bit earlier today. She's written one of the first grow books. It's called Primo Plant, I believe. She's famous for traveling the country as a merry prankster, turning on a generation of youngsters and others. And she's been an important figure in the counterculture ever since then. And then finally, we have Jasmine Verdi. She's been working for a leading publisher of psychedelic content. And she's pretty up to date with the current landscape of consciousness expanding plants like, entheogens and other psychedelics. So I think, why don't we start with you, Jasmine? So there's obvious this new renewed interest in psychedelics. So can you tell us a little bit about your experience in the industry and kind of what you've seen in their rise in popularity?
Yeah, so I've been working for Synergetic Press for about 2.5 years now. And I guess before my involvement with the press, I've been a member of the psychedelic community for longer, just involved in different capacities, maybe about 6 years or so, kind of going to conferences and networking in that space. And to be honest, compared to the first psychedelic conference I went to several years ago until the ones that I've been going to more recently, they have become so much more popular where, everyone and their mum is vying for a ticket. And I think that the medical research has come a long way. And so the science is kind of saying good things about psychedelics. So I think it's giving people increased permission to use them in a sense. But I also think that books like Michael Pollan's How to Change Your Mind are also opening up doors for people when it comes to psychedelics, to the point where, a couple years ago when I told my parents, like, oh yeah, I'm working for a publishing company publishing content on psychedelics, they seemed kind of concerned. But now, it's something that they're kind of, it's more normal, it's more acceptable, to the point where they're telling me to watch documentaries about psychedelics on Netflix with them. So yeah, it's definitely a changing scene, and it's definitely skyrocketed in the last couple of years, especially.
Awesome. Well, let me ask you, Carolyn. So, you've been involved with it, almost since the beginning. And so the Dead, and they've kind of taken this Dionysian approach where, like the acid tests, for instance, where they got lots of people together and they experienced psychedelics together. And there was, it was a cathartic, moment for them all. So can you tell us about that approach, which is kind of different than what we are seeing now?
Well,
and what was different?
It really seemed important at the time that we do this. And I'm hoping you can hear me okay.
Yeah.
Good. It seemed important at the time. It seemed like the world was just crying out for something else besides the military industrial complex that was going on in those days, in the mid 60s. So this, and I keenly remember my first experience with our friend LSD. And it had a huge impact on me because it awakened some sense in my brain of global consciousness. And suddenly, not only did I have that, we expanded the circle and kept expanding the circle of people that would experience a sense of global consciousness. And with all the information that floods into the mind on your first trip on psychedelics, it is a life-changing event. And I'm really happy you mentioned Michael Pollan, because I had a chance to hear him speak here in Eugene just before the shutdown. And he gave the most compelling talk. And if you have a chance to ever hear him speak on this topic, I heartily recommend it. He had 10 people come up and ask questions at the end, and each one asked a question that was so totally different from all the other questions. It made my head reel, because I suddenly realized how many different threads that psychedelics bring us to in our own consciousness expansion, and in our thought patterns, in our religious feelings, in our sensitivities. And it's such an enormous gift. It's a shame to continuously color it as too dangerous for the common man. I think it's very good for the common man.
That's great. I love hearing that. So let's talk about, let's talk about the difference between treating yourself and maybe working in it with a therapist and working with it in a clinical setting. Maybe Jasmine, you want to talk a little bit about what you've seen? Tell us what's the benefit of maybe treating yourself with, we're not just talking about plant, materials here. We're talking about LSD, we're talking about ketamine, and we're talking about other synthetics. MDMA, like MAPS is bringing MDMA.
Let's not talk about those. Let's not get them mixed up. There's a very clear line there.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Tell me why do you see this very clear line?
Ketamine is horse tranquilizer. It came in a big jar from Mexico and cost $10. That was 40 years ago. It's not come from a plant. We're really trying to narrow this down a little bit. I think, even though LSD is a little questionable because it doesn't really appear in plants in a pure form, I don't think, but we have mushrooms, and we have a lot of different kinds of mushrooms, as it turns out. And so it's a wide global phenomenon that psychedelics exist in the wild. And people have taken them up all over the world in one form or another. And if it's a gift of the creator, that's great. And if it's a gift of evolution, that's a wonderful thing. And we need to know more. But at the same time, people are making more different ones in the lab that also seem to unlock the inner realms of consciousness, which is kind of amazing.
Jasmine, would you care to weigh in about that, about the synthetics versus plant-based medicines?
Yeah, I also kind of like to make that separate or designate them separately. Sure. In the sense that, psychedelics and plant medicines, there's a big overlap, and some people view them as the same thing, but at the same time, for me, I love nature. I love taking things in an integral way, in a whole way, and I think that there is so much more to a mushroom than just psilocybin. There is so much more to ayahuasca than just DMT. There are so many different alkaloids in the plant that act together in synergy to give a complete cohesive effect. And in essence, I think it is the spirit of the plant coming through. Not to say that synthetics or like synthetic psychedelics don't have that. And I think to an extent there are good reasons to take synthetics sometimes over whole plants. In the case of peyote, for example, I mean, it's used by the Native American Church. It is a sacred sacrament, and it's critically endangered. So I would advise people, like, don't go out and buy peyote on the internet. Don't go out and don't go out seeking it necessarily in the desert, because it's so critically endangered, and it's so sacred to the Native Americans, for example. So that's the case where I think like taking mescaline over the whole plant is actually better.
So Carolyn, what would you say to someone who's inexperienced, and they've heard about psychedelics, and they've heard that it could maybe help them with their depression? How would someone what would you say?
I would merely suggest, set and setting in those protocols, be careful where you are, but also go light, that first few times around, let your body and reactions get used to an altered state. because it is deeply altering. And then you come back and you have to go wash the dishes. You know, it can be distressing to return to your apartment or your beat up car or whatever it is. You know, I feel like grim reality and the psychedelic vision sometimes have a hard time coexisting. So it does change. It does change you, and in many subtle and overt ways. But as we get used to using psychedelics, we change less. And I think we don't need to take a lot. We don't need to take it often. We just need an update every once in a while.
Do you think that maybe so I was lucky enough to interview Tim Scully earlier this year, you know, creator of Orange Sunshine, and he said that psychedelics, when he first started making them, he thought they carried a message with them, like this message of peace and unity and love.
Mhm.
And then after being accidentally dosed by making it over some time, he came to realize that it's kind of more of an amplifier of messages that maybe you've already had. Like in essence, it doesn't turn someone who's an asshole into being a nice person. You know, can you speak about that perhaps?
Well, we should ask Ed about that. I mean, I see you over there, Ed, and I know you're having thoughts about this. And as a person who, you know, probably has tried psychedelics and then gone on to have a wonderful career in all of these things, I'm just curious also about what you think.
Do we have you here, Ed?
He's there. He's there.
So in Doors of Perception, Huxley said that from the time that we're infants, maybe even fetally, he didn't say that, but it could be, that we're taught certain sets and set perceptions, ways of looking at the world and of perceiving the world, so that two people from different cultures can see the same act and see different things from that, whatever that act is. And so we're boxed in by these sets and set perceptions. And what he said was that psychedelics lessen the brain's ability to use those filters. So new thoughts come through, and new feelings, emotions, new everything comes through that have been boxed in a certain way, and then they can come out. And that's, you know, like you mentioned that that it's more profound at the very beginning, and then every once in a while get a touch up or something like that, you know. But I think, first of all, I think that we can always use large doses. I think that I understand microdosing, and I've done a little bit of microdosing, I think that that's really good, and for some people it's really beneficial. But I also think that something that breaks through those sets and set perceptions, even the ones that we're holding now. I mean, we're holding new sets and set perceptions that don't let us look at the world in a different way. So you can always use that. I'm not even like annually, every couple of years, have a few of them. I think the thing that I worked for a brokerage firm. I was an assistant compliance officer, you know, for a stock brokerage firm many years ago. And one week I went in, and every day during I took acid for 4 days, and you know, it was like a bonus. On the 5th day I didn't have to take any. And
excuse me.
And that let me see that this was not going to be my profession. You know,
yeah.
I think of it more as a job. So so that so I think that what I meant by breaking through your sets and set perceptions. And like, that doesn't sound very spiritual, but you know, when you find a different, when you say that, you know, you're going to find a different path. You know?
So I was going to ask you if you feel like it's different now that you've gotten quite a bit older, as I have. I'm 74, and I approach psychedelics delicately at this point because
you're healthy.
I'm
right?
very healthy.
Do you
You
take
know,
prescriptions?
what's that?
Do you take prescriptions?
No, hell no.
I don't
I
either.
want with
We're
prescription.
healthy.
Whoa.
You're ready to listen. You come down, we'll take acid together.
You know, maybe we should do
I
that.
don't like acid these days as much as mushrooms. And there's these new mushroom stores that want to open up.
Oakland, God bless the Oakland.
NSF and
Yeah.
SF too.
We're trying to get it through here, but Eugene's a little bit behind Oakland as far as their reasoning process about legalizing psilocybin. But I just think to be able to go down to the church down the street and knock on the back door and get a little handful of mushrooms, that's just phenomenal.
But you see, with these stores, it's not going to be getting a handful of mushrooms. It's like going from the dealer culture, the old dealer culture, to going into a store where there are many varieties and choices.
That's going to be interesting.
Right.
Because they're all different. And if there's different varieties, they're all a little different. So,
exactly.
Or a lot different.
Exactly. You're going to have to come down here and we're going to experiment. And see
I come down there. I have a place to stay in Oakland. And so, yes, Ed, you're going to hear from me.
Okay.
You're on.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about that, Ed. So yeah, I mean, you know, I've been to the church in Oakland. It was Trixie who told me about it. And
I've never been to that.
Oh, I'll take you. We'll go. But so you're an expert. You've watched the cannabis industry kind of, you know, we've seen it turn into a legal industry, and you know, a lot of people have been left out. And you know, how you've been on the front lines and you've seen all this happen. You've been an activist for decades. You've paid the price. What wisdom can you draw on to help this?
First of all, Steve D'Angelo was talking about the people who are still in jail.
Yeah,
and that's true. But because of these laws, people like are they're terming out, and there aren't new people going in. So just the idea that people who might have been going to jail, might have been going to prison, are now perfectly legal to do what they want to do. It's worth that. Now, I was opposed to the Washington Initiative, and I thought that that Prop 64 really sucked.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they were giveaways, but here's the thing: in all these legal states, between 60 and 80% of the transactions are still outside of the regulated system.
Yeah, understood.
So, you know, up in Oregon, where you are, Carolyn, you know that people can get this license to grow 49 plants for personal use. Now, a friend of mine, he's a very big user because he has like 49 plants, each weighing about 15 pounds.
Oh my God.
So you know what? I mean, he's using like 10 pounds a week. I cautioned him, you're using too much, you know, on a personal level there. You're using too much. So I believe that somehow, I don't know what's happening to that stuff, but he seems to be able to use it all. And by the next year, he needs more. So, so as I said, a very high percentage of the sales are staying within the community. And think about this: if they're going to these corporations, money that used to be exchanged within the community is leaving the community.
True.
right?
Mhm.
So I think that there should be a system where
Hi,
small
DJ
farmers,
Farrell.
and I'm not talking about, I don't even care about 10-pound farmers or anything like that, but people who are growing 100 pounds, 50 pounds can have sort of a registered market where they can pay taxes, where it would be legal for them to pay taxes and still stay relatively unregulated. And I think that we really need that. And I think that it's right for them to pay taxes. Everybody pays taxes, or everybody should, right? We want work, we want students to pay taxes.
And there's more to it than that. I feel like when people step into growing and they don't really know what they're doing, mistakes happen. And last year in Oregon, we had an early fall, and some of these growers, this guy, I drove by his place a few times. He never pulled his plants. He just let them rot right there in the rain, in the ground. This is a disaster for anybody that lives near the guy, because he's not playing by any sensitivity or any rules. He just left them there, or she, we don't know. But that's so irresponsible, because it sends billions of mold spores out into the universe to make it hard for everybody else. And so, I think there is some sense of, well, my dad was an agricultural extension agent. I'll come clean. He worked for the Department of Agriculture in New York. And his responsibility, and some was where I probably get some of this was to go around and tell farmers what not to do. And I feel like we all need to share this information and be able to get on each other's cases when we see some real difficult situations emerging, and be brave about it.
So, Carolyn, you mentioned that you tried LSD. Do you want to tell me a little bit about how that came into your life, and then
Oh, I had gotten turned on to weed in Palo Alto. Oh, actually, my first psychedelic experience was I was working as a lab tech at age 17 at Stanford at the organic chemistry department. And a sample came across my desk. Of course, I had read Life magazine. I had read the article about Leary and what he had to say. This came out somewhat before that. So I was primed. And when this one certain sample came to me, I was working the night shift. So I was in the lab at age 17, which was kind of irresponsible. But there I was down there in the basement with the mass spectrometer with this sample from Africa, and it turned out to be ibogaine. And of course I ate half of it and had a really rough time, is all I can say. And it really knocked my socks off and made me different for a number of days. And I didn't really come back to normal for quite a while. In fact, probably never. But at least I got my sense of humor back after a while. But that was unrefined iboga root, and God knows what I was getting myself in for. Anyway, long story short, I never did that again. And after I got fired, I ran into the Merry Pranksters and the bus, and they gave me a little tiny little bit of LSD, and I had a wonderful time. And it and I realized, oh, this higher consciousness thing is a really beautiful place for me. And it kind of healed up that anxiety and difficulty that I'd had coming out of the previous experience. So I can't say enough good things about some of our plant allies too. So they've been big parts of my when I'm seeking direction. I think I go to psychedelics, to mescaline and so on.
What about morning glory seeds? Was that something that you were eating those on the bus?
Well, everybody tried them in Palo Alto later that year, but unfortunately, I think they were dosed with some fungicide.
Okay.
But I never got very far with that.
Okay.
That didn't work out.
I can talk to you about this stuff all day, but I want to hear from Jasmine. Why don't
Yes, we want to hear from Jasmine.
Let's hear about what got you into psychedelic.
I guess it all started with an interest in Buddhism in my, early teenage years, and then somehow I got turned on to Terence McKenna, and I had read a lot of McKenna and listened to many hours of him on YouTube, and I guess in my teenage years I did smoke weed, and I think that opened me up to a whole world of ideas, and so I had this inclination, like, okay, I really want to try psychedelics at some point, and when I'm ready, they'll find me. And I mean, I grew up in Cyprus. It's a small island. These substances are really hard to get a hold of. I wasn't even trying necessarily, but it wasn't something that it was necessarily available where I was living. And so when I finally went to university in the UK, I had this really high dose mushroom experience, and I had kind of curated it in a sense that I had planned it. I weighed out the dose, I had fasted, I had selected a playlist. I had really gone into it with the mindset of like, okay, well, I'm going to sit here with my mind fold and see what's inside. And I think that whole experience just I was kind of like, well, what just happened to me? I need to learn more about this. And I guess that's what started getting me involved in the psychedelic community. After that, I went to a conference and I started reading books and getting familiar with people. And I don't know, I guess it's just kind of taken over my life, just trying to understand. But to be honest, they've been really great teachers for me, really profound teachers for me. And I think that's what's really ignited my path.
What's really interesting is that when you hit upon Buddhism, there's this really interesting connection between psychedelics and Buddhism. And I know, Timothy Leary back then, he wrote like the Book of the Dead, talking about the different states of transitioning. Can you speak about that, Caroline? Do you know about the connection between Buddhism and psychedelics? That was back then, in the early, the 60s, during the, Buddhism was new and fresh, kind of like psychedelics. Do you?
I'm not a religious person per se, so I can't really speak to the larger picture. I can just say what my experience was in my first little acid trip. Okay, I could hear the Tibetan monks chanting in the caves. And it blew me it blew my mind. I couldn't believe I'd never heard it, but I knew what it was because what they were saying, because I could understand enough of it. I had read about it. So it was startling and it was beautiful and it made me feel safe. And I think that there's a deep connection there in the world of the mind, in the mental. There's some mental connection that humans have with each other that has not really been quantified. That's natural, a very natural thing. And you don't have to be standing next to someone to feel their thoughts and intentions. This is sensitive stuff, and I think everybody has to grapple or study this on their own, because I don't have any answers here except that it does happen to me. And it was like a revelation that these old religions had that connection between minds across a globe.
Yeah, I think Buddhism is it's like the study of the mind, and so from what I understand, monks were they would meditate and they would reach different states of mind that sometimes psychedelics you could reach on psychedelics. It's almost as if I've heard that you can almost skip ahead on the path of the Dharma by taking psychedelics. But Ed, you were talking to me the other day about your first mushroom experience, and you had something about mother-in-laws and garlic. And I've been dying to hear this story. Can you tell us about this?
I'm sorry, mothers-in-law and you have
And
me.
garlic. Remember you were talking about your, well, tell me about your first mushroom experience. You wanted to talk about that.
My first mushroom experience. Well, as I said, I remember my first trips were really acid trips. So the mushrooms came much later.
Yeah.
Than, well, you use what's available. But I really don't remember that much about
Okay,
it.
well, so your first trip was LSD, which is what ergot. So it's somewhat, it's a synthetic. And we were kind of talking about that synthetic versus entheogens and plant medicines. Do you have an opinion?
Well, I'll say this about cannabis and also about psychedelics. In terms of the substances, we're all dead men walking. And instead, what we'll be able to do is put on some electronic net over our head that will send waves and give us down the experience that you want. And so we'll do it without substances, but just with something that regulates brain waves or mediates them or causes the brain to put out different substances in some way. And so that we would be able to refine the consciousness that we'd like to have at the time.
I love it. So let's talk again about, so Caroline, like you participated, in the prankster scene, and like, Leary brought, like he made psychedelics popular, and in a sense, kind of, it scared, the establishment, and, people were afraid of it. And then, psychedelics, heavy-handed law enforcement came about. Would you do anything differently, maybe looking back, knowing, what happened?
Oh, wow. I don't know if we do anything differently. What we were really trying to do is to encourage people to have fun and move their bodies and dance and not just sit somewhere on a rock and meditate. We weren't about that. We were more about introducing, as far as the acid test is concerned, more about introducing people in a joyous environment, in an interesting environment, an environment that changed continuously, and kept shifting in lights and music and performances. Yes, there was it was entertainment in a way, but it seemed to keep people pretty safe and satisfied. So I think tuning a room, and this was part of my job because I was the sound engineer. Tuning a room, you try to get the balance between the stereo speakers so that you could have the sense of stereo. And then we went to quadraphonic there, or we tried to, and all of these things were cutting edge. So these various technologies were being birthed just with psychedelics at the same time. Suddenly people became obsessed with sound quality. So I think that Ed, your idea about pushing something into the brain to make it react in a different way, music is a huge part of that. And I've lived in a musical commune for many years, and those were the highest high moments, just thrilling of great music. And I feel that these two things go together. It's another thing to go sit out in a field and have a silent trip, and it's just not quite as much fun.
I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about joyousness, and certainly, that's what San Francisco was about, rather than like meditation as much.
Mm-hmm.
I think that as people have gotten more into meditation, I don't know, I feel that you don't hear as much about joyousness. And I'm not only talking about post-COVID, I'm talking about pre-COVID. People,
oh yeah.
Part of it is an economic thing that, college, like people could come to San Francisco, work part-time, save enough money to take a trip to wherever for months and months, And now, you know, the people are working 2 jobs, so that the people the same age, at the same age today, have so much more responsibility because of the swimming against the tide. So it's changed the,
right.
the psychology of it. I mean, you know, when even 30 years ago, kids would take a vacation during the summer between you know, summer vacation in their college careers, and they'd go someplace amazing or different, or to Europe or mountain climbing or whatever, experience different things. They can't do that. They're saving to pay the college bills. You know, the work, they have to be working maybe 2 jobs. Oh, it's the summer, I can work 2 jobs. You know, and they never get to the beach, so to speak. So, and that's, that, you know, that's that really has to change. People have to have room to develop. You know, like it's not just your career or paying the bills, but you really have to get what we experienced, which was joyousness.
Yes, and I think that Burning Man has done a lot for the current generation of explorers. You know, it's given a place to be that's reasonably safe-ish, you know, and you know, you're unencumbered by too much surveillance, and it's where a lot of people were getting their introduction. So I don't quite know what's going to replace Burning Man, but these large events, you know, I don't really want to go to a Southern rock and roll concert in Tennessee or Alabama. It doesn't sound psychedelic to me. Whereas I think we have a special thing here in the Pacific Northwest and the West Coast. And I want us to hang on to it and work with it. I think it's important. And if one of the cities, you know, if Portland goes this way, it's going to be really very interesting in the upcoming election. I hope so.
You mean the importance meaning just the legalization of mushrooms and
yeah, it's a tight law. It requires a therapist to administer, and they have to be practiced. And that's not a bad way to start. And I think there's an awful lot of people that would be very interested in that, especially people who are getting older and want to, you know, put a notch in their belt before they go, basically. Yes, I did that.
Do you see like the future of mushrooms, like the future of cannabis? Do you want to see small time mushroom farmers, or?
Oh, I think they're already out there.
Well, we know they're out there, but is that what we want to preserve going forward? Is that, Jasmine, why don't you talk about this? Do we,
yes, please.
You know, because do we want this craft mushrooms, or do we want, you know, clinically grown mushrooms? You know, tell us what we want.
Yeah, I would say I would prefer the small mushroom growers. I think it's really important that the commercial market essentially reflects the values of the community at large. To be honest, I guess I don't necessarily know much about the legalization movement that essentially with weed becoming legal and cannabis and all of these things. I don't necessarily know how that developed, but I've definitely heard it echoed that the psilocybin and mushrooms now are following suit with the ways that cannabis was legalized and medicalized. And I just think it's really crucial that we learn from the mistakes of that community and keep the people that are, I don't know, fighting for this movement involved in it, essentially.
One of the things you've always fought for was the right to grow. That was really very important. And so what do you think? That's going to be extremely important to think about going forward with mushroom cultivation, correct?
Yes, yes, and my publishing company, we have 2 books out about cultivation.
Yeah, tell us now, how did you, I mean, you are the Sherpa of Terrence McKenna and his brother Dennis's book. That was the first mushroom grow book that hit.
Well, there was another company that published it, and Carolyn McKenna, who owns the rights to the book, didn't really get along well, or just wanted to change publishers, and we've taken that and kept that book in print, and we have another book out as well.
It's fantastic. I think his wife did the illustrations in it. I
I'd
mean,
like to get a book out about the different varieties. You know, not that I would write it, but you know, to publish that. So
absolutely.
that's really good for people.
Now, have you seen, is there renewed interest in your the mushroom grow books? Have you, now with the popularity of it?
There's been a continuous interest. It's not as if they fell out of favor. It's just been underground a lot.
Okay. So Carolyn, what have you been up to lately in terms of?
Well, just in the last couple of weeks, I've put in a huge garden. I'm sequestered out in the country, and this is the first time I've been in town in quite a while. And the computer's seeming a little alien, but so I just put in a huge garden. I grew 2 fabulous plants last year of cannabis, and I've got tons left over. My goodness, you know, what are you going to do with all that? So I don't know. Well, we'll see what happens. But it's just like the more different kinds of mushrooms that people study, the more they find that have psychedelic attributes. So Paul Stamets certainly talks much about this, and I heartily recommend his film Fantastic Fungi.
That's great.
It's been making the rounds, and it's gorgeous, and it's a psychedelic movie basically. And but what he doesn't say in the movie is how many different kinds of mushrooms there are globally that have, you know, definitely have some stuff in them that changes your mind. And this is big information, because most of this stuff has never been studied by a mushroom studier. So,
well, have you, any 3 of you, have you taken 2 different varieties of mushrooms and felt distinctly 2 different type of effect? No? So do you think that, you know, psilocybin has the same effect no matter what strain of mushroom?
Doubtful, because it's going to come with different alkaloids along with it, all sorts of different things. Every mushroom species is going to taste a little different. I am certain.
Have you noticed a difference between indoor and like outdoor tree loving mushrooms in just effects?
Well, I'm a fan of the little tiny mushrooms that grow out on the Oregon coast, and
Azarescens.
They're lovely. You know, they're just a lovely little thing, and there's lots of them out in the pasture sometimes, if you're lucky enough to have a pasture. But it's, you know, these are gifts of nature, and they need our protection and our attention. So as people who know, that makes us cognoscenti, doesn't it? People who know. It's up to us and whoever's listening to be kind, you know, to be kind to the fungal world, because it's full of interesting things. And, you know, look closely is all I can say. Look closely and take your book.
Love it.
What important.
All right. Wow. Well, now that was a great discussion, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Eric, Jasmine, Ed, Carolyn.
Oh my gosh.
Wonderful way to conclude our programming today. So,
Michael, thank you so much for putting this together. It's startlingly cool.
It all worked out. It's a co-manifestation, and we've all jumped in, and maybe it's a good time for me to say before my colleagues also share. I just want to thank everybody that has been involved in this event. It's our inaugural transmission on Earthdance TV. And, you know, it's inspired by our global community. It's really a global tribe. And certainly Earthdance has been an expression of this tribe, but it goes even way beyond all of our attendees over the many years at all of these events. And we'll be going forward, broadening the range of international participation in our programming, reflecting our international tribe. And I do want to remind everyone that this is a, you know, kind of based on the gift economy concept. Everybody's just been pitching in all different ways. Our artists, our speakers, our team, and our colleagues that have helped us promote this around the world. We've had a wonderful reach today with the live transmission, and expect hopefully people will enjoy this going forward in the recordings that'll be up on the site. So given that it is a gift economy, we look forward to your supporting our artists and speakers and the many causes that have been represented here today. You can find them all on the earthdance.tv website. And just hope you'll tune in again. And just remembering, I think my final thought is expressed in the first line of the Prayer for Peace, which we enjoyed earlier today, a wonderful version of it with the Global Coherence Pulse. And that line is, we are all one global family. Oh. Thank you so much.
I want to say that thank you, appreciation to everyone for this medicine wheel transmission. This has been beyond what we could have imagined with any of our own imaginations. It took a Co-Manifestival to bring this into creation. The wisdom that was shared on this stage, the music that's shared on the other stage, the beauty, the art, the wisdom. So I just want to say again what I said in the beginning. This medicine wheel is a circle of wholeness, a path with no beginning and no end. The sharing here, please, I want you to come. If you're not on the Earthdance community, go to earthdance.tv. This was an amazing sharing. Sandra. It is the fractal nature of things. We went into big picture details. This is the medicine wheel. This is our medicine wheel. This is your medicine wheel. This is a universal medicine wheel. So much love to everybody who tuned in. So much love. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Mountain Girl, love you. Gaz, love you. Sandra, love you. Everybody who's been part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Magic.
Thank you.
Aloha.
May big medicine result from our coming together, because it is together that we make big medicine.
Thanks for having me, Sandra and Michael.
Aloha, hi.
That was fantastic. I enjoyed every second of it.
Hey, beautiful. Wow, nice to see you. Wow.
You look great. Tell Matthew I said hi.
I will. He's monitoring the other stage still. So there's like multiple,